Man, I love that song. I'm gonna have to find that whole song and put it up against something. I just sitting
Right?
here for 21 seconds just dancing along, just
Yeah.
dancing in the street.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, it is a pretty cool intro too, and you did a really good job with it too, with the pictures and stuff, man.
I need to go back and tweak it a little bit. I appreciate it. I want to. I've been using that program a little bit. I want to go back and kind of spice it up. Put a little zing on it. Just
Put a
bam.
little, put a little zang,
Hell yeah. Just
little twang on it.
kick it up a notch, by God. So what are you up to, man? What's going on with you today?
Nothing much. Had the day off. Went to the dentist. Got 2 crowns and a bridge.
Oh, I
And
thought you meant shots of crown, like they're doing that at the dentist. What's the name of that dentist?
yeah. Everybody want to go to that one. Actually, what's funny is I just got a text message from my sister saying, "Am I still waiting?" And I'm like, waiting for the live stream. I think I'm not sure what she's talking about, but
She's
I'm
waiting on the
guessing.
world to change.
Yeah, aren't we all? You know, but yeah, no, today was good, man. Just hung out, had some stuff to do, and trying to get my video uploaded from Joe Fest and get to work on it. But having to come back on Monday and then pick up my son across town, get back, get home, get everything unpacked, and then get up the next morning and go to work. So it was kind of just, bing, bang, boom. And then
Yeah.
had something interesting go down at work yesterday. It's been an interesting weekend at my job, actually, while I was away. And then even when I came back, first shift. And so maybe I'll get to that on what ramps my vamp.
Yeah,
So,
we can elaborate a little bit on that if you want to.
yeah, later on.
Yeah, yeah, it's yeah, you had to bust some ass on Monday. You didn't get home till like home till what? Probably like 7:30
Yeah,
our
it was
time.
probably a good 2+ hours after we actually got back and got to your house and I grabbed my car. It was another 2 hours for me. And the sad thing is that I was only about 20 minutes from home, really. A
Right.
little more than that with rush hour, but with having to drive all the way across town to pick up my son, it was it was a long after getting back.
Yeah. Traffic, the story of our life
Yeah, it
for this
is.
weekend. Well, I want to go ahead and say what's up to the chat before we get any further and holler at everybody. So look at AA Ron first in the chat tonight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Speaking of
But
which,
he's on time. Yeah, there you go. Hold on, I'll
there you go. There you go,
put you
buddy.
on full screen.
Yep, I wore this just for Aaron. Watched your video about Toy Federation today, a little while ago, and left a good comment on there. But yeah, anyway, so I was trying to figure out what am I going to wear. Am I going to wear the jersey we wore this weekend? Am I going to wear the shirt? We both picked up the same shirt, just in a different kind of color, a little bit. The one you're wearing. Thought about wearing my own shirt, but then I was like, man, my name's on the thing. It's like,
It's on the name of the stream.
yeah. So I
Uh,
was like, what shirt am I going to wear? And I was like, I'm going to wear Aaron the Toy Enhancer shirt.
it's a good choice. And I note that Aaron is on time for our stream, but he's never in time for his own. Jay Astro, what's happening, dude?
Hey,
Cowbunga, dude. What's up, Oh, yeah, I already talked to you.
hey,
So
wait a minute. That guy's in the chat.
Woody Triple Deuce, the figure addict. What is going on, homie? And let's see if we got anybody else up in here so far. I got
Bro.
Krusty Crow. What's going on, Crow? And that is all I see. If I missed anybody, I don't think so. I think that's everybody that's in the chat anyway. So how's chat doing tonight? What you guys have been up to? I know for me, I went back to work today. I took yesterday off, and I went back today, and man, it was rough. It was hotter than shit today.
Yeah, it
Really
was.
humid. And I was out. I had to do some stuff outside today. It was absolutely awful, and I want to go back to Joe Fest.
Yeah. Although I will say, I'm glad you actually weren't at work yesterday because it reached about triple digits on the heat index. It was like 98 and then plus, and with the humidity. So, yeah, yesterday was really bad. Today was bad, but we had some storm clouds roll in and it kind of helped soothe the pain of the heat. I see Bobby Wold is. Did you mention him? I didn't see him earlier.
No, I did not. He just popped in.
Oh,
So
my bad.
we just keep canceling
Yeah,
each other out.
you highlight it, damn it, and I'll just, me and Matthew did
Yeah,
that last night a couple times too, and it's so funny when you do it because it's like, damn it, I know what you're
yeah,
trying to do, and you know what I'm trying to do.
yep. And as a side note, Toy Enhancer had trivia last night, and Bobby
Yeah.
did not win because I don't think he was there.
Oh, okay. Well, that's about the only reason.
Yeah. Oh, it was. I thought a punk come in his chat and said, "Oh, trivia, has Bobby won yet?"
Well, as good as I am sometimes with remembering certain things, I'm just as bad at remembering a lot of things. Age is a
Right.
bitch. you know,
Yeah, it
it
is.
just is, man.
No, this comment from Crow Woody Astro Aaron, the post Joe Fest depression stage. It's all rainy and Sarah McLaughlin music up here. Give me the arms of an angel.
For just 3 cents a
Oh,
day,
look at
you
these
can
sad ass dogs.
for 3 cents a day. It's
You
like,
you can help
make
send
a
a crow
difference.
back to Joe Fest in 2025 for 3 cents a
And,
day.
and out of your 3 cents, we're gonna take 2.75 of them for our organization.
Yeah, it's about right.
Pay
I
our
know
CEO.
that's how the big one that's how the biggest one of them works. That's how a lot of them
Uh-huh.
work.
Yeah.
Oh,
I see Eric
uh,
Thurman too there.
yeah. What's up, then, Eric? There's Eric. Trivia was rigged.
I've known some of
Oh,
those.
it's funny right there. I don't care who you are.
Mhm. Ah,
So, yep. So we are back from Joe Fest. I don't think there's been much news. Honestly, I haven't been keeping up with it. I'm sure in the 4 days we were gone, there was probably 73 episodes of full force, and I had not listened to one.
yeah.
Um, I think about the biggest news is with Hasbro's wacky ass distribution. Some people are getting stuff, some people aren't. Some people are getting delay notices. I saw Punk
Right.
got torched today from BBTS has pulled the old we gave somebody a handy and they let us sell some of the figures a little bit early again, and this time it looks like it's Torch. So I got in. I did get in, not on that, not the handy, just the early figure with rock and roll. I jumped the gun on rock and roll, and
Oh,
when they had him early.
that's funny. I actually got it on the handy and nothing else. So go figure. Right?
Man, considering I bought two other rock and rolls for $7, I might have come out on worse for that one. I don't know.
And some rock and
Uh,
roll hands.
yeah,
No,
yeah. Extra hands. You're never gonna let me live that down, are you?
no, I won't.
So,
So yeah, that is news wise. You're right. I mean, some people obviously the ferret was arriving. Mine came the day before, and some people was coming like while they were gone. But as far as
there it
torch,
is.
yep, mine's
Still here in
over
the
there.
box.
I couldn't fit mine on the shelf with all the or some of the stuff that I got this weekend. But yeah, so that and then yeah, I saw obviously Punk has a torch review up as we speak.
Yep.
So
Have not
yeah.
watched it. I'm going to because
Yeah.
mine's not going to be here till August, so they say. So
Right. Right.
why not?
Yeah, you might as
Hey, at
well.
least he got it before Shark Eyes got it.
That's
So.
I don't even know how that happened.
Speaking of Shark Eyes, he's not here, but his homie is.
Yeah.
Good morning, Frostbites GI Joe Repro. What is going on? Good to see you there, mate. Glad to see
Bro.
you. Yes, finally. I laid off considerably on Sunday night. Saturday night was another story, and we'll get to that. But
I did not
also
lay off Sunday night, just so you
no,
know.
no, I think you hit Sunday the hardest. I think. And going back to oh, sorry.
No, no,
Uh,
you're good. You're good. Good. Yeah, I just
we'll go. I saw. We'll go
yeah,
back.
yeah.
I was just to go back to that. I think I'm gonna try to. I think I'm gonna try to popularize saying mate. What do you think? You think it suits me if I call them
Uh,
instead of what's up, buddy? If I say mate,
well, I mean, it might work for you. I can tell you, it is pretty popular already, from what I've heard.
is it?
Um, it is. It's used by many, many people around the globe.
No, not
Um,
around the globe. I mean here, like in the U.S.
oh, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna
yeah.
say, I think mate's pretty popular. In the US, yeah, I'd say give it a try. I have a feeling it's gonna fail miserably, but I will never ever be mad at you for giving it a shot.
Well, I like it. I listen to Frostbite, and I can't ever say it. Frostbite, and his show. I haven't listened to the this week's yet because I was working in an area that had no cell service today for most of the day. But
Okay.
they're funny, man. They call everybody mate, and it sounds like a good time, and I want to get
Yeah.
in on that.
Well, because to them, it's like us saying,
Yeah, dude.
buddy, man.
Yeah,
Hey man, how you doing? Hey buddy, what's up,
yeah.
dude? Like that's so it's natural. It's natural. To say mate, you're gonna have to go out of your way to remember
I
to
know.
say it. And that's a hard thing to do when you've had 40 years of practice
Yeah,
with the
because
other slang, right?
I call everybody man. What's up, man? I mean, that was that's what.
Right.
But I think I'm going to try and go with mate. I'm not.
Okay.
You're not going. That's not going to be cultural appropriation, is it? If I go with
Uh,
mate,
no, I don't think so. Yeah, and I can't even think of a Australian cultural appropriation, really, unless you carry one of the Bowie knives, and like a the what's the Crocodile Dundee shit, the hat and the, like if you wear that all the time,
I don't
um,
think I can pull off the hat and the vest.
no, I don't think so. I don't
I'm
know,
just gonna have
maybe.
to. I'm just gonna have to stick to the lingo. I think.
You know
Um.
what? Yeah, I was gonna say, well, go ahead and say that, and then Jay Astro said something else I wanted to highlight.
Oh, go ahead.
So Jastro 319 says mate without the Australian accent is going to sound pretty fucking weird.
Well, if
Yeah.
I try and do the accent, it's just not gonna work. I already know.
No, that's true. And
That's gonna be the hard part right there.
right.
Announced casually like you're not thinking about it.
And yes, I agree. And that's what I meant by saying it's like you're gonna have to literally think about it. There's one more person who just showed up, and that's Crimson Cobra Commander. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Triple
Yeah.
C? What's up?
Yeah, slid right in here, slid into our DMs. What's up?
Yep, slid on up in there. Just please no hot patooies. So
Oh no.
that actually happened in Nashville. If you guys didn't know that 2 weeks ago, I'm assuming it was at CMA Fest because that was in Nashville, and that's
Yeah.
where that happened.
Yeah, and that
And it was
meme
probably
died as quickly as it became popular.
I don't know, dude. It seems like it's picking up some steam. I'm still seeing it everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, Bubba. Yeah, but yeah, I'm not a Bubba. I'm not a Bubba person. Never.
Sometimes I know my son, that's what his sister calls him occasionally. I've used it once in a great while, and I know his mom has said that to him occasionally, but usually it's his sister. But that's a normal thing for a brother and sister, especially younger,
Yeah.
say Bubba.
Yeah. So he says, I want to highlight that.
It
Why did I?
they
Where is
it was
gap?
there. Yes, Aaron, I agree. Everybody around there, they do call you asshole, especially those from Toy Federation.
Yeah. I'm not. I'm not even. Read my comment, Aaron. Yeah, that's gonna be so. I don't want all of my Australian friends to like think I'm making fun of them. That's the hard part because I'm really not. I like saying mate. So
Yeah.
oh, let's see what else. Yeah, I did see. I think Crow said Punk also did a video for that hiss turret, that thing, that gridiron
I did see
thing.
that. I did see that as well.
I
Yes.
that one I was able to listen to, and yeah, that thing's all right. So
I mean, but
I ain't buying it.
from
Not here either.
I mean, from a news perspective, though, overall, other than like a couple of those things, I mean, really, not much. Not much over the weekend, and maybe that's on purpose. Who knows? You know, sometimes when you have um, stuff going on, cons going on, that unless it's you know, there's a panel or there's an announcement at the con, like a San Diego or some, you know, some big ones, you know, maybe these companies kind of look at it and they go, hey, you know, everybody's busy, they're doing their thing, and so, you know, why make any news, or why, you know,
Yeah,
really do anything, because people are really busy and it is the weekend too. And if you want a
yeah.
story to die, or you want, you know, news outlets, you know, or an organization or something, if they put out some kind of statement or story, they'll put it out on a Friday at 5 o'clock. So that
Oh yeah,
way it goes into the weekend, and none of your major news organizations, talk shows, whatever it is, they can't really talk about it for like a couple 3 days.
yeah.
So who knows? I mean, you know, I don't know. I'm definitely not a expert.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't either. I want, what is it? What's the really weird name thing down here? Is it dickhead? Because I know you guys call each other dickheads all the time, but I cannot popularize that. That's a little different when you walk up and say, "What's up, dickhead?" Doesn't have the same ring. And Dreadnought says slick. I actually do every now and then call people slick, but slick is not. Slick is usually kind of negative
Nah,
too. Slick, yeah,
you know, it could be, but that's usually between, you know, people, you know, that really know each other. Yeah, but that's not one slang that I use. I will tell you what I use at work all the time. And real quick, I just want to say hey to Wraith Mace. That's why I was holding up the patch here. What's going on?
what's up,
Um,
right?
so so there's something that I use at work all the time. A lot of my regulars, they definitely know me for it. I call people doctor all
Yeah.
the time. And it's like, you know, there you go, doctor. You know, how, you know, whatever it is, when I'm greeting somebody, when I'm talking, you know, dropping a beer down, whatever it is, and I'm like, you know, doctor. And it comes from Spies Like Us.
Doctor,
Yeah, and so
doctor.
a regular of mine, like 20 something years ago, used to say it all the time. And I just ended up getting it from him, and then I use it all the time. And so when people come in, if I don't say it, they wonder if there's something wrong with me. And number two is that every now and then, because I work so close to Vanderbilt Hospital, is that uh, they'll say, "How did you know?" And I'm like, "Oh, I didn't know," or
Actually, our doctor.
yeah, that's just my women's intuition. And then they look at me all crazy, you know.
Just come in to have a shot or two before the next surgery. So
Yeah, man. Let's see. Common saying: Australians call their mates.
yeah, that one is not as common here. We say it, but not generally, not as in as friendly of
Yeah.
a manner.
Yes.
We some people do. Yeah, that is still nowhere near as casual here as it is there. Although some, if you're messing around with your buddy, like you guys would say, dickhead, we'll say that too over here sometimes. But
Yeah.
uh, so
Yeah.
let's see. Yeah, there, doctor, doctor,
Doctor.
doctor,
Doctor. Doctor. See,
and
I'm telling you, all
doc.
the time, all the time. Um,
Yeah,
and
we
I
did that
saw.
in our Voltron video, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. I did say where Wraith May said something about his power went out and he had to take the wife and kids somewhere else. I don't know what's going on there, but it doesn't sound good to me.
They're
Hopefully,
having some bad storms. There's them
okay.
bad thunderstorms that are rolling through.
Yeah. Well,
What's up, war chest
yeah.
full of toys? What's happening, buddy?
What is up?
Mr. Strong on the real meme game.
Oh my gosh, man! I've got so many great messages from him. Yeah, like
Did he
so many
send you
great
this? Did he send
memes.
you the skateboard one?
I think so. Let me look real quick. I mean, not that
Yeah,
I'm gonna take too much time right here
yeah.
doing it, but
Don't
yeah,
show it. Just
no. But he sent me so many great messages. It's not even funny, and I always love it when one comes in because I'm like, I'm like, oh yeah. Um, but one thing he also likes to do, and I've never really done this a lot, and you and I talked about it a little bit, is leave like a voice recording message, right?
yeah,
And sometimes, and I've wanted to actually do that more often because there are times where you got to type out a message and you just really don't feel like it.
yeah.
And yet I always forget about doing the voice message where people can actually sit there and just listen to it rather than have to read it. And so I actually like it. I just have to get in the habit of doing it. It's something that I'm just not used to doing.
Yeah.
um
Crow said he's got to dip out for a little bit, so he's trying to get some videos done. It was raining, so all right. Well, we'll be here for another 2.5 hours or so. So
oh yeah.
we'll have good luck with your video making, Crow. I'm interested to see how that comes out.
Oh no, gotta remove the tree from my wife's car. What? Holy crap. Dude.
Damn it, man!
Yeah, that sucks, man. That sucks. Keep
In
us posted. Keep us posted.
in 7 minutes, where are you going? You can watch Crow, and Crow's gonna be making a video in 7 minutes.
Alive?
I don't know. I think he's trying to finish some Joe Fest
Oh, okay.
content.
Okay. Good. There's the real grievance too. Just popped in.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Grievance?
Yeah, man.
What's happening, buddy?
I yeah, I've got so much stuff to comb through, and I just started laying it all down and putting it on the program and trying to kind of sift through it, add music, edit it, split it, this and that. So, but your video was great. Anybody that hasn't watched 3 Star Draw's video um on the Joe Fest. Man, that was actually a lot of fun, man. You did a really good job editing. That was some good music. There was good parts where it was the live sound from the microphone, and you were walking around. You kind of mixed those two, and it was actually like really, really good. It was one of the best videos, actually, I think that you've actually done.
I've been nominated for a YouTube Emmy for that already.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
great.
my
And and
first
and then and
nomination.
and you'll be on the YouTube Rewind at the end of the year probably too.
Yeah, is that a thing?
You don't know about that?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. If you show up on the YouTube Rewind, you're bound to get like 10,
Oh,
15,000 subs.
well, damn it, man. All right. Well, I appreciate it. There's actually a lot of work in that video. I don't do that heavily editing stuff
Right.
in most of my videos.
Right.
Um, but I had fun making it. It was just, it took me a long time because I had to go through all the content and rename it and move it around and get it all loaded because I had 3 different cameras and, um, rearrange it in folders, and you guys know
Oh
how it
yeah.
goes. And then actually go through and all the text, trying to get the text lined up right, and it was probably between what I did when we got in on Monday and Tuesday, and I'm still learning this stuff. But there's probably about 7 hours in that video
Mm.
working on that. But
Yeah.
that's also trying to find, the music, the good music I wanted, and all that stuff. So
Yeah, it goes by extremely quickly when you're sitting there and you're locked in working on it. Like all of a sudden you look up, it's been 5 hours. You're like, holy moly.
yeah,
That now, yes, Eric Thurman. It was a good video. Shirtless punk. You're not gonna get that anywhere else, baby.
no, that's an exclusive right here because I was the only one taking pictures at the
That's
pool.
true.
I think
You
I
you
don't
were.
think
I have
anybody else.
I have zero, none.
Uh,
So you were the only camera at Club Tarkin.
It's the only one with the waterproof camera too. So
Yeah,
it was
I
actually literally in the pool.
I thought about bringing mine too, but then it's like we got done eating and we changed, and then it's kind of one of those impromptu things, and we ended up down there, and so yeah, that
Yeah.
was a lot of fun. We'll get into that here in just a little bit.
Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead, and that's pretty much what we're gonna do tonight. We're going to kind of talk about our trip from beginning to end. We're gonna try to remember what happened on what days, and kind of talk about some of the highlights, and we're also going to show some of the pickups that we got. I did an Instagram reel with mine, just to kind of show it, but I need to do a video or something. But we're going to kind of talk about, well, stuff we picked up, stuff we saw that we might have wanted to pick up, and did not have quite enough cash. Although I still brought back most of this stack. Most of it is all still here. So um, nobody would take it. Nobody, nobody would take this money I threw in my suitcase.
I don't know why. I mean, it looks real. It feels real,
I couldn't get anybody to take these bills. I
but
don't know why.
and I mean, it's a whole stack of hundies. You know what I
It's
mean?
a stack. I mean, one of these ought to be worth a HasLab just because of how many of them's there. But I
Yeah,
had
yeah,
no,
yeah,
I
yeah,
had
yeah,
no
yeah,
takers. But it
yeah,
looked good.
yeah,
Looked good, didn't it?
yeah. No, they looked fantastic actually. And had look, I would say it'd be awesome if somebody took them, but then you would have gotten a lot of trouble because the word would have been out for you, and
Yeah, that's.
they'd have been chasing you around.
It's not like anybody to known who I was wearing that shirt with my name and channel on it.
Yeah, yeah, right.
I'm licensing that to him, Frostbite. I'm going to get some of that creamery money for licensing fees for the shirtless
Yeah,
punk merch.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hang tight. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry.
All right, I'll be sitting right here. Um, I bet you went to go tell your son to put his headphones on, didn't you? So that's we had a good time going down there. We had the trip planned. We started planning going down there in January. Um, I hollered at Pop. I was like, "What, man?" Because that's when everybody was really starting to get ramped up for Joe Fest. Was New Year turned over, and we'd all just gotten his tank, or the people that ordered the his tank had just gotten the his tank, and everybody was just really blown away riding the Joe train. The New Year turned over, and it immediately turned into talking about Joe Fest, which was still 6 months away. And I called him up, and I was like, man, why don't we actually try and go to Joe Fest? Do you want to go? And this was probably the first week in January, and maybe beginning of the second. And he's like, yeah, man, and it's kind of like neither one of us really go on spontaneous trips. Me less than Pop Blender, because I'm not a spontaneous person. I plan everything, and when things don't go according to plan, I get discouraged, and I get very pissed, and you will hear some of that here in just a minute. So we decided to go, and we started planning it. And my main obstacle for going there or going anywhere is finding a dog sitter. I have to have somebody come and stay with Pretzel, and that was my main goal, as far as the planning goes for it, was making sure I could secure a dog sitter. And my dog sitter, there's about 4 people in this world I trust to stay with my dog, and one of them was going to Joe Fest with me. So that was my main obstacle, was securing a dog sitter in January for June, and that's a long time. And my main person that I like to dog sit for me is also someone who is rather spontaneous. So getting them to commit in January for June left me a little uneasy for 6 months. And there was a slight hiccup in it, which we'll also get into in just a couple minutes. But it did eventually come together and go off without a hitch. Did possibly Mav put his headphones on?
Yeah. Oh no. He was good. There's a little snafu with the with the lights and everything. It's all good now. I just had to make sure that a couple things were tightened up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All
No big deal. Yeah, no, he was good. He's always good. He knows what's up. Yeah, go ahead though. I'm listening to you actually.
I was.
I heard you. So
Yeah, I was just well. Then you know what I said. I was just giving a rundown. Which
pre.
one of which do you speak, Eric Thurman? The
Mm.
food probably not as good as if you had have cooked it, but I don't really have any complaints other
No.
than the eggs at the breakfast buffet that Pop did not go to were absolute trash. I didn't even get them because they were runny, and people who eat eggs runny are have some kind of mental imbalance.
So you don't like over easy?
No, I like scrambled and fried. Those are the only two
Okay.
ways to eat an egg.
Because I got over easy when we went to breakfast on the was it Monday morning, I think, before we headed out. Then we go, was it Monday morning or no, Sunday morning, right? Was it Sunday morning? I'm trying to remember. They all ran together.
When we all went out, the group of us, that was Monday.
Yeah, Monday morning before we headed out. Yeah,
Yeah, that was on Monday.
yeah, I'm an over easy guy. I like to sop up the toast and the yellow runny, and then but I like them scrambled too. I have multiple ways actually, or I'll do it fried, and do a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit here at home. I'll make those, do it fried, where the yolk is cooked, but it's just fried, flipped over on a pan.
Yeah.
But I don't chop it up, But yeah, I can't attest to the eggs being runny. However, were they? Did you order them scrambled, or did you just say I'll
Oh,
take 2 eggs and some bacon?
oh no, this was on the buffet, so
Oh, okay.
I didn't even
Oh,
get the
okay.
eggs
Yeah,
because they were
yeah.
like
Okay.
because it looked like they were a half-ass attempt to scramble eggs sitting in egg gravy.
Okay.
So I passed on the
See,
eggs.
I'm a sleeper inner, so I could give two
Yeah,
shits about breakfast or getting up early or any of those things. So the buffet, breakfast buffet, or whatever continental breakfast, a lot of places serve, hotels and
yeah,
stuff. Um, I was not a part of that any morning actually while it was going on at the hotel. Mind you, we did go somewhere Monday morning, but yeah, no, as far as food wise, just to, answer Eric's comment, uh, the burger that they actually had was massive. Like that was I mean, it was a thick burger. It was actually really good. I actually thought, and then I know, some people had a pizza. Aaron, I think, you mowed down on a pizza. Um,
yeah.
but food wise, I thought the hotel actually overall did a decent job with the restaurant and did a decent job with what I had anyway.
The
Um,
food was great. Service not so much.
yeah, they were a little, shall we say, either A, understaffed, or B, underprepared, but I don't know how, because being in the restaurant industry, it's like, especially in a place like that, when there's a con happening,
Yeah,
there's going to be X amount of people based on prior years, what to look for. And so to kind of be, the way they were, the bartender, look, I had a conversation with him on, like, I think it was Saturday night, maybe. Anyway, nice guy, nice
well,
guy, but
Saturday night was the night he was on point.
yeah, kinda. I say kinda because Friday night he kind of got hit pretty good. Saturday, it was a little bit a little bit different. But the reason I'm saying is because he looked flustered. He wasn't talking to anybody. He looked like he was only he was upset it was that busy. He, and it's a three-sided bar top with about 6 stools on each side. It's not that many people. And he had other people back there, making drinks. Servers making their own drinks and pouring their own beers and stuff. And he just was really overwhelmed and really, honestly, you could see it. Like he just wasn't
Oh yeah,
he wasn't happy. He was kind of pissed. you'd ask him a question and you'd get a half-assed short answer. And I'm like, dude, this is what you do for a living. You chose
Yeah.
to do this. This is like, so, and you work in a place where there's conventions held. I
Yeah.
can't imagine what he was like during Masters Week. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, right.
Jesus Christ,
And
like, come on.
and and like I made the point, like Sunday, I was getting pissed, and it's the same dude that I actually had as a server Saturday night when I went in and I sat in the bar area Saturday night. No, the my frustration was Friday night. It was a whole different guy. It wasn't that guy, but it wasn't that guy's fault. They didn't have enough people working, and it was
Yeah.
Friday's first night. It was that place was packed,
Yeah, it
and
was
we
packed.
it took forever to get anything. Saturday I went in there and I had dinner and I had a pizza, and I
Right.
went in there and sat, and it was like, oh, everybody's going to start filtering in here. And I sat here and ate damn near a whole pizza by myself, however long it took to get a pizza until, I mean, I was almost done with the pizza before anybody else showed up. And it's not that I was meeting anybody there. Nobody stiffed me or anything. There
Right.
was so many people there that I either knew or had met. And I figured surely somebody would come by because it was starting to get late and get busy, and seating is kind of a premium in the place, especially anything up by the doors where you can see people walking by. So then Sunday night we got down there late Sunday night, and because
Yeah.
we were kicking it and downstairs and hanging out with some other folks, and we didn't get down there till like 10, like right at 10:30 Sunday night, and it closes at 11.
Yeah.
And I was trying to get in to order all the alcohol, just so I would have it, because they would, they were going to quit serving. And it took forever. And the dude that we're talking about, like, you were in there and somebody else was in there. Was it? I don't remember if it was Punk you were talking to. Somebody else was in there, and y'all had ordered, and I was standing behind you, like look like a puppy, watching you in the kitchen. And this dude looked right at me like three times, and the night before I left him probably like a 23 or 24% tip
Yeah.
the night before when he was my server. And I actually looked at you and I was like, man, I tipped the shit out of that dude last night. And
But what
he
did I
handed,
tell you though? What did I
yeah,
tell
oh
you?
he's trying to
He's
get out of here. They're trying
well,
to
no,
get
not
ready
just
and
that.
close up.
He's not
He's seen
going.
so many people.
He's not gonna
Yeah,
remember you. He's not gonna remember you tipping him that much because there's too many people to go. Oh yeah, that was the guy who tipped me.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
right.
Like
Yeah,
it's
everybody probably
difficult,
tipped him that.
really
Yeah.
difficult to do.
And I mean, I get, like, he ain't gonna remember me. If I'd have tipped him,
100,
50%, he'd remember me. 100%, he'd have remembered me.
a
But
$100 bill, he probably would have
yeah,
remembered it. But yeah, there's just too
yeah.
much going on.
But my frustration was I was standing there. They close at 11.
Yeah,
It was 10:30, and I'm
right.
standing there, and he sets y'all shit down and goes, "All right, have a good night, gentlemen," and looks at me and goes to the other end of the bar. And I said, "This motherfucker." Oh, that made me so mad. And I actually wound up getting my drink, my two drinks, because I ordered two beers.
Yeah, I did
Um,
too.
from a different guy. Like, that dude just went to the other end and stayed there, and
Uh-huh.
another dude walked up, and clearly that dude still wanted to make some tips that night before they closed. So he actually got my drink, and you know what? I was like, I got like a 30 whatever 2-ounce Yeti that I had, and I took
Yeah.
it down with me. I was like, you know what, man? I was like, give me two Blue Moons, and if you would fill this up with ginger ale for me, because I also had whiskey that I brought. And I'm like, I got to go back to the room anyway because I forgot something. I just topped this off with my whiskey. And so,
Yeah.
anyway, that was frustrating as shit. What is up,
Yeah.
Daredevil Dave?
Yeah, I saw that. I wanted to answer that question
Go
from
ahead.
Triple C real quick, just because I saw it on there, and it's been a minute. He asked if this is the only Joe Fest only con that you go to. It's the only con I've ever been to. So I've actually never been to one. You've been to another one last year, but like I've
Mhm.
never been to another one. So it's not necessarily the only one that I can go to. It's just the only one I've ever actually attended and went, excuse me. And so yeah, just to answer that question, I saw that, and yeah, Daredevil Dave, what's going on, buddy? Um,
We
yeah,
got to
man.
meet Dave.
Yeah, we did get to meet Dave. Got to hang out, dude. He came down there with Loki Wartooth, which I will show off something that Loki brought for me to the con. But yeah, no, yeah, Daredevil Dave was there. Obviously, Aaron was there, as y'all have probably seen his stuff as well. And that was a lot of fun, man. It was really awesome to meet Dave. He was cool as shit. I mean, like everybody was cool as shit. Not there wasn't a
Aaron
person I
says,
talked to.
Aaron says, "Oh, he
Oh,
remembers me." So
the server. Maybe
no, you're
I think he's joking.
you probably went in there with your AK and your Viper costume and demanded drinks.
And then let's see what your first one, and you dressed as Bucky. First what?
Your first con and you dressed as
Oh,
Bucky.
yes. Okay, there we go. Your first con. Yes, I did, and it was only for about 45 minutes. I saved that for literally the last day, the last hour, and yes, Eric, it was so goofy, but I'm going to tell you, I got more attention with that costume on, and Mega J Retro even was like, "I have to have a picture of you," and then he was like, "Are you recording? Is that for your YouTube channel?" And I was like, "Yeah," and he was like, "Okay, well, let me give you a shout out for your channel," and because he loved the costume so much, and it had nothing to do with my channel. But then he gave me 3 of the Delta 17 comics for the price of 1 just because I was wearing it. So it actually worked out good for me. It
Yeah,
worked out
he
good.
and he got people trying to get their picture made with
Yeah.
him and taking pictures of him. And he was like, you know what? I don't give a shit. He's like, I don't know
Yeah.
anybody. Like,
I don't know
what
it.
are they gonna do?
Yeah. What are they gonna do? I don't know. Most people, 99% of the people down here, I don't know. And I'm probably never gonna see them again. And if I do, they ain't gonna remember me. And if they
They,
did remember the costume, they're not gonna
they
remember
will, yeah.
me. But
They're
if I
gonna be
put it on
like,
again, if I go next
yeah,
year and I put it on again, yeah, I guarantee you there's gonna be some people that are like, "Oh, that dude wore it last year." It was
yeah,
funny. I've never done anything like that. And I thought, you know what? What's the perfect time than to be goofy? All these people are dressed up as something, right? A lot of people dressed up as something. And I was like, I saw that costume on our way, and I was like, I have to have it. And so it was a lot of fun, and people seemed to enjoy it. Little kids, I ran into some kids in the hallway and down there, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, it's Bucky!" So it
yeah.
was fun, man. I
It
enjoyed
was a good
actually
time.
putting it
So
on for an hour.
yeah, it was fun. And I did not, much as I wanted to go around with him, I couldn't because he was wanting to do that, and I was still wanting to walk around and soak it all in. I
It was the
mean, because
last hour.
yeah,
It
it
was
was
the
the
last
it was
hour,
the end of the fest,
right?
and that's also when people are you're gonna get the best deals on whatever's left. And I had my eye on a couple of things, but I really just wanted to walk around, and the crowd had thinned out considerably,
Yes.
so you could see if there were booths that were maybe crowded that you wanted to look at, and you could finally get near them and have a chance to look around and everything. Like I saw signs, everything 20% off, this table 50% off. Um, so I did not get to go around with little Bucky and enjoy as much of that as I wanted to. I actually lost him. I was like, have you guys seen my cousin? And I actually saw I saw Punk, and I said, "Hey man, have you seen my cousin?" And he goes, "Well, how could you miss him?"
So real quick. So I the last it was like about an hour and 15, 20 minutes ago in the con. And so I ran back up to the room. I said, "Hey, I got to go back up to the room." I bought a couple prints, and I'll show them off here in a little bit. But I ran back to the room and I put the costume on. And as I was coming back to the hallway, on my way back to the room, I saw Punk and like Mega J Retro's panel, and Punk was there, and a few other people were there. I know Tony was in there as well, and I think Travis Moody. And so when I put the costume on and I came back through, I went and I stood in the doorway of the room their panel was in. And I looked up and I thought about walking in and taking a seat, which would have been absolutely ridiculous. It would have been great. But I walked up and I just stood in the doorway, and I thought I saw Punk look up and look in the doorway. But I wasn't for sure because they were probably trying to be serious or whatever they were doing. So then I stood there for a couple seconds and then I walked off. And then as I'm walking the floor, I'm coming around a corner and I see the three of them walking down these steps. And I walked up to Punk and he looked at me and just shook his head. And I think I have it actually on video when I put this video together. It was so, he was like, I thought I saw somebody standing in the doorway and it was you, you idiot. Oh my gosh.
I'm looking for a lost beaver.
Oh, dude. I was like, there's a beaver on the loose. And and it might have actually helped me to
I think it did.
It helped me to get somebody down on their price on these 25th anniversary Joe G.I. Joe anniversary collection, these boxes. So turn the light up a little bit now since my lightsaber's off, but yeah.
Not this weekend.
No. But anyway, so yeah,
we're a little ahead of ourselves.
A little bit, but it's all right. So I mean, if you want to run down, day one, I mean, we can go ahead and kind of get into it if you'd like to. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else you really, you wanted to bring up in the meantime, but as we go through it, I'm sure there's going to be things that come up.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll probably just kind of start out with how the day started, and everything that kind of how it worked out, because there's some pretty good stories from the first day on the way.
Yes,
and once we got there, so
yeah, it's unbelievable.
So we started out. So I wanted to be gone by about 7 our time, and our original plan was for him to spend the night at my house and stay in my extra bedroom. And he got stuck at work for like an hour and 10 minutes later than what you were supposed to.
Yeah, I had a party come in, and they ended up really kind of holding me up for a while, man. And so it ended up that I got out of work much later than I wanted to, which meant I had to get back here. And I had to try to finish packing and grabbing all the chargers and the cables and all that crap and I had done a good job of mostly packing everything. I really did. I tried to go ahead and stay ahead of the game. And then I packed some stuff that I didn't end up needing, like a ring light and a little tripod in case we were going to try to stream or do something. But really, in essence, I have most of my stuff together. But you know how it is. There's always some last minute things, and you're trying to make sure you don't forget anything. So, and I had to wash clothes. I had to wash clothes when I got back home because my son works with me now at my job. And so, like, we got, sometimes he'll wear my shorts to work, and I'll wear another pair, and we're just kind of, going his shirts, my shirt, whatever. And so, so I had to get that done too. So I was up. Honestly, I got about 3.5 hours sleep before I got up to drive to your house the next morning. So 3.5 hours sleep, got up Friday morning and drove to your house and got there about 5-6 minutes after 7.
Yeah. Okay. And you wasn't too late. I was proud of you. I was afraid I was going to have to leave you. So I was happy you made it. And it wound up being, I don't know, a little before 8 before we actually left. So I had it mapped out, planned out. I just used Google Maps because they put the traffic on there, and it's usually about as accurate as you're going to get.
That's what I used to. So
we cruised down, made good time. I know I didn't drive too fast. And the packing, like I usually pack everything. Like I'm on top of packing, but all I did was keep thinking of stuff I might need, and I piled it all on my kitchen table. And I overpack everywhere I go. Anybody that you definitely saw it, and anybody that was in our room probably
Yeah.
noticed it.
Yeah, it was a
Uh,
lot. It was a
it
lot.
was a lot, and it cost me. It cost me later too, in a few hours.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so we got everything. So I did most of my clothes and stuff, packed all that Thursday night, and just had pretty much everything except my little travel kit I had to throw in there, and whatever. So we left, made good time. We're on the way down, and we really hadn't talked about. We had talked about stopping at Bucky's, but we hadn't made a decision, and we're kind of thinking we might do it on the way home. But I was also like, yeah, on the way home, man, we ain't gonna feel like stopping. We're gonna be ready to roll. I know we're gonna be tired, possibly hungover, whatever. So we went ahead and it was like what, a mile before, and we seen the signs like, well, you want to, like,
Well,
you want to stop at Bucky's?
actually, before that, we got about 40 minutes into the trip. I don't know, something like that. And I went to take my belt off in the front seat. I'm like, I'm gonna take my belt off because I'm gonna loosen up, get ready for the trip. Don't need this belt buckle digging into my big ass belly. And so I went to take my belt off, and the sumbitch broke. My my buckle came apart from the belt, so my belt broke. And so then we had to find an exit, and we decided to stop off and grab a little quick breakfast, some biscuits and gravy, right? So we grab a quick breakfast at what the hell was it? Let's see, the
Bojangles.
Bojangles. That's what I thought. It's Bojangles. So anyway, and then we had to go to Walmart so I could go get a belt. So we run into Walmart. I get a belt. Then I got a little accessory kit for the GoPro camera. And so that held us up, right? That pushed us back. If you're not spending that 30 minutes or more, 35, 40 minutes on the interstate, then that's holding you up a little bit. So I ran in, grabbed a belt, got a new belt. Then we got back on the road. Then was when we decided, hey, let's stop off at Bucky's, right? I'd never been. You had been, but I had never been.
just once to that one that we stopped at.
So I was like, I want to stop off at Bucky's because I don't know when I'm gonna get another opportunity. And so we stopped off, and it was actually truly amazing. I've got a couple pictures that I'll bring up here as I kind of get them, try to get them a little ready here. I'm bringing up a few of them. If you've never been to a Bucky's, and there's a lot of people who have never been to a Bucky's, and so I will tell you, this is an all-in-one, stop shop. They have shirts, they have hats, they have, and this I will show right now and bring it up here. There we go. So if you've never heard of it, or if you have heard of it, it is a like 20-foot wall of jerky. It's like 25 feet. It might be bigger than that, of jerky. Every kind of jerky you can imagine.
That is the toy enhancer's favorite part of Bucky's, so I have been told.
I mean, dude, like, and it stands out because the packaging is all the same. And so as you're walking through, it's just this big, gigantic wall of jerky. And Dreadnought K6, here's the deal. Bucky's has become like the premier gas station, retail, stop-off shop, rest stop, so to speak. Premier one in the country. Premier.
What's up, Legends
Hey.
Series? What's up, man?
How goes it?
I will show you real quick.
Yeah, here, I'll
pop.
bounce that out. You pull something up, and I'll look for another picture to share here while you're doing yours.
So I will get this ready here.
Because I'll show the parking lot. I got a good shot of what it looks like when you roll into this place. It's massive, dude. Absolutely massive. Oh yeah, it's pulling up. Um,
Is the audio playing on that?
no, it's
Okay.
not. Now, if it's difficult when you have a Chrome tab, it's a lot easier for the audio to play. When
All
you
right.
don't have
I didn't think
Chrome,
so.
yeah, it's really weird.
I
Whoa.
have Chrome. I'm just playing it through Windows through a
Yeah,
FISO.
it,
You got to do it in a tab.
yeah. So and if you figure out a way to pull it, I'll just show the parking lot real quick. If you can see, like, this thing is freaking just, you know, a massive parking lot with a million gas pumps. I mean, it's like walking up to it's not even like a grocery store. It's like bigger than a grocery store.
It's a giant convenience store / truck stop. It's kind of like one of those. It's like a Walmart without groceries. It's the best way. It's a truck stop convenience store. They've usually got like 80, 60 or 80 gas pumps.
Yeah,
There's two of these that he's
yeah.
showing
So
in the picture.
that
Two
whole
islands.
row, yeah, there's that whole row, and then on the right to it, there's a whole nother row of nothing but gas pumps. Like it is absolutely insane how many pumps that they have, and it is packed, like
Yeah,
packed, packed
they're
full of
they're
people.
yeah, their mascot, Eric says, is it Beaver? Their mascot is the Bucky Beaver.
Yep, yep.
So
That's
this is kind
there
of the
you go.
inside. I know it's
Yeah.
shaky cam, but as just a quick inside of it, and I actually have. I'll show that one. There's my little
Uh,
video of the wall of jerky, and also a little bit of the inside here. Um, I pan the camera up and kind of show the
hey,
inside of it.
Crown Fox Productions, how are you doing tonight?
Hello, Crown Fox.
Lovely, lovely to see you. And also too, let's see, Dreadnought K6. Is it prepay?
No, it is
Uh
not.
no, you know, but
So there's the inside there.
it's just mass. It's just a massive, big old. It's got everything, and actually relatively inexpensive. I think the jerky. So the Bucky's costume was like $24 when it was all said and done. Right, and
Yeah,
24.99, something like that. And the jerky was like $8.99. So the jerky was actually more than the or I say more, but if you look at it, the cost of it was like over a third of the costume. So when you look at it like that, you know what I mean? It's like the jerky was expensive. The actual costume wasn't. Here's a picture of us with Bucky right
yeah,
there.
the real Bucky with a real Bucky Beaver. Please stand up.
Yeah, that's
Please
right.
stand up.
And they're yelling out for people, "Hey, come get your picture made. Come get your picture made," and so it's like, okay, let's do it. Let's go get our picture made, right? And so we did, and obviously you were there. You were holding my you were actually holding my costume, and this is when I jumped into the dressing room to try it on, and I knew it was just for me. Look at that. Look at that happy boy right there.
I told him, I said, if it fits, I was outside the door, and I don't know if you heard me. I was like, if it fits, crack the door open and let me see it. But he didn't. And all of a sudden, I'm standing outside the door, and it's like a lady and her kid waiting to try something on. He's in there trying to get on a beaver onesie. And I'm
Oh my God.
well, is it going to fit? And he's like, yeah, I think so. And I'm sitting there, and it's silence, and you hear, dressing room, it hitting the wall and shit. And all of a sudden, I hear him just bust out laughing.
I mean,
And
I couldn't help it.
I said, so I'm guessing that it fits.
With a tail and everything.
And he goes, oh, yeah, it fits. Oh
and
man.
let me tell you, just so you know, I bought it. I bought it because I had my son in mind. Because the thing of it is, my son loves to wear pajama pants like all night long, all day long, if he could, really. And sometimes he does. And I knew if I got this costume, I knew he was going to try it on and he was going to wear it. And ever since I came back, guess who's had the costume?
I actually suggested he wear it tonight for the stream, but
He did. Here, come here.
no, not him, you.
Oh, no, not me, but real quick, poke your head in here. There you go. See? I told you.
That is possibly Mav. You will see him in our streams from time to time. So what's up, little beaver boy?
We were just talking about the fact that I knew you'd be wearing the costume when I brought it back home, and sure enough, there's proof. All right, go back in your cage.
Yeah, go back to your cage, beaver boy.
Oh my
Uh,
god. Anyway,
Legends,
so yeah.
during the con, I jacked Destro. It's
Yeah, he
I
did.
got a little yeah, I sure did. I jacked Destro.
And Legend says he would walk around in that costume all day long. I'm telling you though, it's super comfortable. It does get warm, obviously. You have to cut your air on pretty good.
And the plan was when he said he was going to go do that, I was going to give him this to go with it if he wanted it. But he'd have had to unzip it down to here for it to show.
It definitely would not fit around the neck of the costume because, as you can see, it's actually pretty tight on you. It's very short.
Oh, yeah.
I was a little surprised. I got a big
old fat neck though.
Well, but you know, and one thing I said though is they made the Destro's necklace, but you know it hangs, right? Like it hangs down a little further, and I'm a little surprised they didn't make it a little bit longer, just a little.
Yeah,
bit.
I mean it's I would not wear a chain like you see my chain is actually hangs down a little more. I would not. I don't like chains as close as like a choker. Make me feel like a hooker or something. I don't know.
Well, now it's funny you mentioned that because Crown Fox Productions says I want that collar. I'm jealous.
Well, that was some timing on my part, wasn't it? I didn't see that comment.
That was pretty
not insinuating anything at all. So all right, so we went moving along. Then we go, we sadly leave Buc-ee's, and I got gas even though I really didn't need it, but you know we were there and I might as well top it off. So we went in, walked around. All I bought was jerky, I think, and you bought some jerky and you bought the skinned beaver fur, and so we roll on, making pretty good time. We had to go through Chattanooga. Chattanooga is shitty if you ever have to drive through Chattanooga. It's kind of dumb. And then we hit Atlanta.
Jesus. Talk about it. Just brutal.
We get to Atlanta, which you know Atlanta's bad. You always hear about Atlanta being bad. Atlanta is this is driving through Atlanta, and this was about 1:45 or so on Friday afternoon. This is not rush hour. It's always rush hour in Atlanta. This was not the peak of rush hour, lunch hour traffic. All that was over with. This is just Atlanta on Friday. It is like 8 lanes of this.
Yeah.
All the way through the city. It is absolutely terrible. Eric, you're in California, so I know this is probably a familiar view for you.
I can't imagine what that's like.
So we get stuck in Atlanta, and honestly, yeah, I bet. Honestly, we got stuck in Atlanta, and it did not take us as long to get through Atlanta as I was thinking it might. But it still made it take too long to get through. Talking about how I like to plan everything, I like to have a plan, a schedule. we weren't in Buc-ee's that long. We probably spent 45 minutes in Buc-ee's possibly, and I allotted for that. I did not allot for how jacked up this horrible traffic was, and this really threw our schedule off getting down there and getting to the hotel.
It really did, because by the time we actually rolled in, we got there, and when you went to go get checked in, it was right. And now, so when you went to go get checked in and went in, I stayed in the truck, and you went to go get checked in because we had the luggage in the back truck bed. So one of us had to stay at all times with the truck, the other one went inside, and vice versa, anywhere we went. So you went inside to get checked in, and it's right at, like 5 o'clock their time. The thing starts 6 to 8 early bird special. So it's like right at the 5 o'clock hour, maybe 5 till, something like that. And so, he goes to get checked in and kind of get things going, and then couldn't find a luggage cart. So he comes back outside, and he's like, look, I couldn't find a luggage cart. And I said, okay, well, if you want to wait here, I'll run inside and try to find a luggage cart. But it's like
we were checked in.
Yeah, so we were checked in. We're good to go. I'm trying to find a luggage cart. I walk in, I look around, I don't see one.
Well, let me, before you get to this part, I'm gonna stop you real quick.
All right.
That threw the plan off. My plan, the check-in at the hotel was 4. I was hoping to get there between 2 and 3 and set everything down, maybe take a quick shower, because I don't like truck funk, and we've been in it for 6+ hours. And all that threw it off. Check-in was 4. I was hoping to catch a little nap, and then be fresh and up and be down there at 6. And it is a couple minutes after 5 when we get there. So
yeah, it literally was. It was a couple minutes after 5. So I go in, I try to find a cart. I look around, I can't find one. I start to make my way in more to the hotel lobby, and then I hear somebody go, hey. And I look up, and it's this guy, and I'm like, whoa, hey, and so I walked up real quick. I took a selfie with him, and I was like, hey, we just got here. You could obviously see he was ready to go. The early bird, he had his backpack, he's ready to go. So Punk with Toys is on the landing. When I was looking for a cart, to which I found none. By the way, there were no carts to be had. So said hey to him real quick. Ran back outside, and of course you're in the truck, and you're pulled up and kind of around the circle again, ready to kind of pull forward. And so I'm like, well, you'll never guess who I just ran into. And so at that moment, it's like, okay, we got to get inside, because you're like, son of a bitch. Like, yeah, he said, well, I was just in there.
Yeah, I was in there for like almost 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Getting checked in and getting everything squared away. And he stayed outside to watch the truck and smoke. So I went in to check us in, look around for a luggage cart, come back out. And I'm like, I don't know what we're going to do. I got all this stuff, and there's no luggage cart. He goes, well, you want me to run in and look for one? I said, yeah, I didn't see any, but by all means, go ahead. It's hotter than balls.
Yeah, it was.
He goes in, he's inside for 3 minutes and gets selfie with Punk.
And then I turn around as I tell Punk, I'm like, hey, well, we're getting checked in. And I turn around, and Dan Larson's walking up the steps. And I'm like, oh, hey, Dan Larson. And he looks at, oh, hey, how you doing? And then him and Punk start talking. And so I said, I can make my exit here quickly, because we need to get checked in. So I just kind of slipped away and let them chat. And so then we got into the parking garage, and the parking garage, the first level, was completely full. So
the outdoor lot was full before we ever pulled up. They had the thing on it that we saw. The outdoor lot was before the hotel. So we knew that was full before we ever went in the hotel.
Yes. And so we get into the parking garage. The first level is completely full. It took a full round, a go around, to find the spot where you can go either up or down, right? And it goes down. So then we go down, and
one level,
and then
a basement.
There were like 2 spots, and then in between the outer right spot and the left spot were concrete supports. So it was like the tightest parking that I've ever seen. It was, for a pickup truck especially, it was unbelievable how
It-
tight that garage was trying to fit a pickup truck in between a car and a concrete support structure.
there
Uh,
were there were no spots that didn't. The only spots that didn't have one of those poles, there was already a car in, and there weren't many of them. They were on the edge. Every spot. I borrowed my dad's truck for this trip. um, I borrowed my dad's truck for this trip because I have a crew cab 2500. My dad has an extended cab, uh, first generation Tundra before they made the Tundras bigger. So we took it, better on gas, easier to
yeah,
park.
yeah.
And I was so glad that he let us take his truck rather than mine, because I don't know, I probably would have gotten pissed off and just like taken my mirror off just and
Yeah,
said, screw it, I'll fix it
I,
later,
I
trying to
don't
get in
know.
there.
Yeah, I don't know how in the world that you would have been able to get your truck in there, but luckily we were able to squeeze into a spot and then rush our way upstairs because there were no elevators. So we had to go up a level of stairs to then get to the door that leads to the first level of the lobby so we could take the elevator. Now the thing is he mentioned earlier that he doesn't pack light, and I do. So I was able to basically carry everything I brought in one trip. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay, we're upstairs. Let's let's grab a quick shower real quick. By this time, it's like 5:15 or something like that. I don't know. And then we'll get going, get to the other. But see, he had a large cooler to go get, right? You had a big cooler. You had a case of water to go back down and grab that as well. And so there was some extra stuff that you needed to go back down. So
A
after that whole
Keurig.
a Keurig, that's right, brought a Keurig. Like so it wasn't just as simple as getting in and getting the stuff inside. There was still more stuff, for him to go get. And so it's like, okay, well, tell you what, I'll jump in the shower, you grab that stuff, you grab a shower, I'll be done, hopefully that, or at least maybe by the time you get back up, and then we can hop to it. Right. But it was so hot, it's so hot, and then the experience of like checking in, getting there late, finding a luggage cart, none of that, stuff happened easily. Then getting up to the room and it's running late. And so it kind of started
I
off on a little bit of a bad foot, right?
I was losing my shit.
That's understatement.
And he's a lot more easygoing than I am. He's like, hey, screw it, man, let's go down there. I'm like, dude, I'm getting everything out of the truck. Like, I ain't gonna go down there and start, you know, enjoying it and kicking it and whatever. Like, I get everything out first. That's just what I do. So I'm like, you want to go take a shower? Go ahead, get whatever you want to do. I'm getting all this shit out of the truck. So I made 3 more trips down there, down these stairs to the truck, get stuff out of the truck, back up 2 sets of stairs, or 2 little,
Well,
10 steps,
and the
and
elevator to the 10th
and the
floor. So it
and the
wasn't just, yeah,
elevator.
yeah.
Everybody is trying to either check in and get to the room, or come down from the room to go to the con.
Yeah.
And they have 3 elevators, and one was out of order. So if
Yeah.
you watch my video, there's a little quick section where I said these elevators have been cray cray. Yeah, the middle one that I was standing in front of when I said that wasn't even operational.
And from what I heard, it wasn't operational last year either. So
Yeah,
a whole year.
everybody.
And they have a sign in front of it that says, "Pardon us, we're having elevator maintenance." And I'm like, they've had that sign for a year?
Yeah, I had 3 different people say, "Wasn't that elevator out last year?"
Oh my
Like, I
God,
don't
what
know, I
the hell?
wasn't here. They were like, "Yeah, I think it was." So I finally get everything up and trying to put stuff that was in the cooler in the refrigerator in the room. It's got one of them little cube fridges, small hotel fridges. And First thing he did was put the bottle he brought in it. He brought what? Tito's, right? Bottle of
Bottle of
Tito's.
Tito's.
Got it in, would not stand up anywhere because the shelving. You laid the bottle down where everything would go in there. I start putting stuff in there, and we noticed the door won't shut.
And it was tilted forward a bit, so like if you did try to open the door, stuff would come out of it. It'd roll out.
Yeah,
It would come out.
And I had a case of water, bottled water that I brought up because I have to have water. I have to have something to drink. It needs to be cold. I brought an entire case of water. I brought a gallon of water for the Keurig, and had a case of bottles if we ran out of that. So I'm trying to stock this fridge with bottled water and coffee, energy drinks, and every time I open the door, the shit rolls out, and the door will not shut. And I'm rearranging and rearranging and rearranging. Nothing works. And he's like, he notices it and he fools with it, and he's like, whatever.
Well, I was
I'm like,
able to get it to shut like a couple times, but it's like I had to really force it. So I'm kind of like, well, man, I think if you just force it, and then every time he tried, it wouldn't work. Like it wouldn't work. And but a couple times for me, it did, but I don't know why. And I was thinking, well, man, maybe there's a button. I don't know. Maybe it's something.
it was the most maddening, and I'm just losing it. I'm absolutely losing it on this refrigerator. And then the little middle shelf you can take out. So I took it out and set it on top, and I'm rearranging stuff. And well, that's got to be the answer. Nope. So after all that, we bend the shit out of the little tab on the bottom that holds the door when you close it. I'm bending it up, I'm bending it down, nothing works. We're trying to get this door shut. He's in the shower and I'm kicking the refrigerator door. Like how much can these refrigerators be? $150? Fuck this refrigerator.
Oh my God.
Kicking the door shut. And every time I kick it, it just makes it spring back open and more waters fall out, which makes me madder. And so come to find out, 90% of it was his fault.
Yeah.
And he laid his bottle of Tito's down, and the neck of the bottle barely was catching one of the shelves on the bottom part of the door that swings. It was barely catching it.
Yeah, just
and
enough.
Somehow when he shut it, it popped the bottle up and it went under it, and it's still barely sealed. But when I was doing it, I was going, and it kept popping back open. And I don't know how I did not break the neck of that bottle kicking the shit out of the refrigerator door.
Well, mind you, it was a liter. Okay, so this is a solid liter, liter bottle. But the reason that I had moved it sideways and put it on the shelf was because when I set it upright, it kept sliding out and it kept like coming out. So I thought, well, let me just turn it sideways and stick it on the top shelf here. And yeah, when I went to close it, for some reason, I was able to pop it up. But every time he tried to do it, it just would not shut, and everything kept falling out, and it was into the floor.
In one of my, I think on my second trip down to the truck, before I made that trip down there, I get a message from Aaron. He had messaged me. He's like, "Hey, we're about at the hotel. We're almost at the hotel." And he messaged me again. He's like, "Hey, we're here. We're getting ready to go down to the floor. Where are you guys at?" And I messaged him back something like, "I'm still trying to get all the shit out of the truck." And so I get in the elevator on one of these trips down, and it stops on the floor. And I'm sitting there going, "Here we go with this fucking elevator stopping again." And the door's open, and the first thing I see is Crow getting on the elevator, and I'm like, "Oh shit!" And he's like, "Oh shit!" And we high five and hug, and there's this other people on the elevator, like, God, these people are fucking crazy. And I'm sweating, I'm all pissed off. And that was the first time that I met Crow, was in the elevator. You know, we had these things in our head for this big grand meetup and point, "Hey, what's up, brother?" And first time I meet Crow in face to face is in the elevator is they're going down to the con, and I'm going to bring more shit up out of the truck.
While I'm in the
And
shower at this
he's in the
point.
shower
So I'm
listening to
getting
something
ready.
on YouTube
Yeah, I was
or
watching
Taylor Swift.
yeah, hey, one or the other. You take your pick. And so yeah, I'm in the shower and he's going down, ends up running into Crow, which he told me about when I come out of the shower and getting, got ready. And he's like, you never guess who I ran into in the elevator going down there. And so so I'm like, oh, well, sweet, good, because then I ran into Punk and then you run into Crow. So I'm like, this is awesome. What's up, Matthew Madsen? Yes, sup nerds.
Yep, to Taylor.
So yeah, man, you jerking the old gherkin. I mean, listen, I won't reveal all my shower secrets,
Rafe
y'all.
got the tree removed. Yay.
Hey.
What's up, Matthew?
So anyway, so I get out of the shower, ready to go. And he sits down and called your dad, right? You called your dad.
Yeah, at that point,
he didn't even want to go. He didn't even want to go down there. Like at that point, like he was so frustrated at just the whole check-in process, getting there a little bit late and then having to go down there and carry the extra stuff up that he was pretty frustrated. And so I did the only thing I knew what to do. And I tried to give a pep talk. And I said, look, we came here to have fun. We came here to meet people. We came here to see the people that we talk to. We see them on stream all the time. I was like, I'm going down there and I'm going to go hang out. I said, I suggest that you get your ass ready and get on down there and get out of this shit, right? Just get out of it. It's over with. It's done with. We're here. Let's have a good time. That's why we're here. And the next thing I know, I'm downstairs. I'd gone in and walked up and walked around a little bit. I turn around and guess who comes walking down the row? And it's you. So it must have worked.
Yeah, it worked. And then right after that, I think you said, I'm gonna go out and smoke real quick, and then we'll go in.
Yes, that's right.
And we'll hit the floor. And as soon as we went out, I went out with him to smoke. And I was like, because I vape, so like as soon as that happened and we went outside to smoke, all of that frustration immediately melted away because this happened.
Yep. And look who's there, right off the bat, dude. That was awesome.
Yep. So as soon as we went out there, we run into Aaron and Crow outside. Just as soon as just as soon as we got down there, so we got in and hung out with them guys, and we started walking around, and all of that frustration just kind of disappeared. And I'm like, all right, well, this is what we're here to do, is hang out with our buddies and meet everybody. And we walked around, and it was only from 6 to 8, and I didn't get down there till it was after 7 before I made it down there.
Yeah, and I and I had got down there. I'd gone to smoke, but actually, I went down and kind of walked through the entrance part of it, and then kind of walked in, just kind of peeked for a minute, but I really didn't do like a good lap or nothing. I just kind of saw some of the stuff that was out in the front entrance part, and then kind of went inside, just kind of peeked for a second, saw a couple things, didn't really take no pictures or nothing like that, but then went to smoke. And then when he came down, and so at that point we didn't have a ton of time on opening night because we did get there so late. But the early bird special, I did actually go ahead and dive in and get some stuff on day one. Because this is what I was told. If there's something you want to see, if there's something you want, if you something you see, it may not be back the next lap you go around. So if there's something you want, then
something you want bad, not something you kind of want.
Right. Then just grab it. Well, I don't know. I've never been to one of these things. Okay. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, let me think, is there anything else? So So I did. I grabbed a couple things, a decent amount I grabbed on like Saturday and Sunday. But but I went ahead and grabbed let's see, was it the I think the Mezco Destro was on Saturday
I think
also.
that, yeah.
Um Chicken Fried was on Friday. I think Chicken Fried Toys was on Friday night. Um that I went ahead and grabbed these two guys here, uh, which I love these toys. I think they're super cool. Um, the Pistolero. Let's see. I don't know if I can block that light out at all. It's really my screen that does it the worst. But anyway, let's see. There we go. The Pistolero. Um, and then I bought a little extra set of hands and a head that makes him look like Clint Eastwood. And so I thought that was super cool. Yeah, man. The chicken fried toys and the people that have listened to me on the streams and stuff, they know that's something that I was definitely going to. They knew I was going straight to it. And then I got this guy for my son, which is the Marshall, which is all in black. I even took a picture and sent him, to him and said, hey, do you want me to get this guy? And so cool packaging, 4-inch figures. I really like these guys, man. I love the Western thing. It's not something you're seeing, much of out there. And so that was something that I went in on immediately. I was like, I want these guys. And, not knowing how much, I mean, obviously they brought plenty of stuff with them. They're not going to sell out, but at the same time, you don't really know. But I did go ahead and grab these two guys. I got, a couple other things, but I didn't just go too crazy on day one. Day two, I definitely did. And yes, Crimson Cobra Commander. Now, are these O-ring figures actually? I don't know.
I think they are. They're O-ring or they're T, but I think they're O-ring. If Matthew is still in here, Matthew can probably tell me. I have
Yeah,
not
Matthew
actually
could
held one
definitely
of them
say.
in person, so
I haven't opened it either yet, obviously. And Aaron, he said, those figs you picked up were amazing. I love them. I think these things are so freaking cool, dude. I'd love to have a whole set of them. And the thing is though, they're also interchangeable as well, right? So you
yeah.
can change heads, change hands, right? So that's another good part about it. Is you can customize these figures
Yep.
without having to go too crazy with it.
Yep. So Legend says, were we doing any more tour shows or was Joe Fest our nut for the year? To be determined. Toy Atlanta is
Yeah.
next month. I may possibly drive down there, but it will probably be a day trip if I do. Won't be a weekend trip. I might try to drive down there for Saturday, and we'll talk about that and see if we can both make it together. We hadn't really discussed it a whole lot. Um, I would like to go to Joe Lana. There is the show that I go to or that I went to last year in Kentucky, which is a really good show, the Kentuckiana GI Joe Expo. It's a really good show. It's 3 hours north of me. It is also next month. And then ICC is in October here in Nashville, which is more of a sci-fi con, but it
Yeah.
is that's probably the biggest con anywhere around us is ICC. I'm going to try to go to it mainly because it is like literally about 30 minutes from my house. So possibly stay tuned. We will if we're going, it'll be announced. I'd like to go. I know Enhancer's going to Joe Lana. I'd like to go down there and meet up with him again and hang out with him some. But we'll let you guys know if we go to any more. But it won't be any more big ones or weekends for me this year.
Uh,
I'm
yeah, because it does require some planning. It is costly. but the thing of it is, as Aaron says, right, as I'm getting ready to say that the hotels are expensive, and Aaron says, come
Well,
spend the night. So if you
that
got
might be a
somebody,
possibility.
well, exactly. If you've got somebody that in a city that one's going down or somewhere nearby, then obviously that's something that is advantageous to you, is having a friend like Aaron, if he's down there, and he was 2 hours away from Joe Fest, right? Roughly, something like that, maybe,
No,
or
3.
closer, 3 hours. But my point is that if
He's
you
about the halfway point. He's right at
okay,
Bucky's.
okay. So yeah, so if you know somebody kind of, in an area like that you could stay at, then that's going to save you a whole bunch of dough, right? And there's your travel Joe right there.
That was my pocket figure for the whole weekend. If I went anywhere, scrap iron was with me for the whole weekend.
And grievance too, man. He says never even knew there was a Joe Fest anything, but I just got into collecting. But seeing you fuckers having all that fun, shit, I'm down. And he said, what he say? Well, I'm moving in then with Aaron. I will tell you.
You have to take that up with Missy.
Yeah, it was it really is fun, and you'll hear this if you watch a lot of videos that are going to be, you're going to see here, I'm sure tonight. Toy Kind of Mood, they're streaming too. I know there's probably a lot of people watching that. The thing you're going to hear over and over, looking at the stuff that's on the floor, it's cool and all, but like hanging out with people is probably the most fun
Yeah.
thing of
Oh,
all.
and he says Atlanta's for. You said Atlanta. I thought you said Augusta. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
he's
no, I
less
was
than an
about
hour
Atlanta.
from Atlanta.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he's halfway to Augusta.
Well, I
Yeah,
was,
he's really
yeah,
really close to
because I
Atlanta.
actually did say, as far as Joe Fest, I knew he was further away than that,
Yeah,
the 40 minutes. But yeah, in reference to Atlanta, 40 minutes, I mean, that's nothing, right? Like that's easy. I do that when I go pick up my son one way. So
yeah,
that ain't no big deal.
yeah. It ain't
Um,
nothing. That's yeah. If I was working 40 minutes from home when I'm out at work, that would be close to home.
well,
So
I mean, if Legends is going to and Crown Fox are going to Joe Lanta, I mean, it would be fun to go down there because I'd love to run into that cat and
yeah,
her too. That would be a blast. You could
yeah.
take
We may have to try and make that happen.
that's in August, so we'll see. I don't know how much the tickets are. I don't know anything about it.
July,
Oh, July.
July.
I thought it was
Yeah,
like early August.
I think.
Oh no,
Let us know, Toy and Answer. I think
that's
it's
MegaCon is early
yeah.
August, 11th and 12th or something like
It's
that.
like the 12th and 13th or something
So
of
yeah,
July,
yeah,
I
yeah.
believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's that weekend.
Oof,
So,
man.
so we'll kind of move along. So
Yeah,
we
yeah, yeah.
we did
First night
that.
in the books. We hung out afterwards.
Yeah.
We hung out and saw a bunch of people, right, sitting around in the bar at the hotel, and also outside at a big old table. We saw the usual suspects that you might see right here in this
So
video.
we were sitting around after that. Everybody kind of congregated in the lobby, and the staff at this hotel are amazing for letting everybody just hang out. I mean, this was like, I mean, this was three in the morning, or not right here, but this went on until like 2-3 in the morning. So I just run this video. I don't remember if I put this one in my video. I don't think I put this one in my video, but this was us. I still had the little action cam, and just a little around the table that night. There's Pop, there's Loki. That is Action
Action.
Figs.
Yep, action.
That is Action's buddy from up in New York,
Yeah, his name's
Teflon 3.
yep, Robert.
Tony, Punk, and Daredevil Dave right there. So you see Tony, we were all just sitting around shooting the shit, trying to figure out what we were gonna do for dinner, because the restaurant closed, and we spent a long time trying to figure out what we were doing for dinner. And that was fun, just sitting around hanging out with them guys, getting to know everybody. We were coming back up, walking down the hall right before we went down there, and I was just walking along and heard somebody holler my name, and we just kind of walked through a little doorway and turned around and looked, and I was didn't know who I was looking at for, and then somebody walked up to me and stuck their hand out, and it was Action Figs. It was Ed, and I was like, oh shit. So we got to hang out with him and his buddy, and they were down at the table, and we was just all hanging out in the lobby. And what you didn't see in that video was around this table. This was kind of on the back side of the lobby by the stairs. You can see the stairs there. I'll pull it up again. You can see the stairs up there, but what you don't see, there's the kind of the desk on the other side of these stairs, and behind where I was the restaurant. And there was probably another, at that point in the night, there was probably another 60 or 70 people hanging out, and the bar was packed with everybody doing exactly what we were doing, meeting friends and meeting people for the first time, and people that were getting to see each other, again, like we hope to be doing that next year. But this whole area here was just absolutely packed. And we got up at this point. We decided to finally just get up and go in the restaurant because I was hungry. Punk and I got up and we went and sat down and ordered, and Pop wandered in there, and a few other people eventually wandered in, and the kind of dynamic, the population of that table changed. Some of our group stayed out there, and some come in and sit down because we were hungry. And so eventually, while we're in there, more people kept filtering in, and we met people and got to talking. And next thing I know, somebody's like, yeah, Sergeant Slaughter's outside. And I was like, what? And I was like, yeah, he's at the table. So our table that we were just at, and we vacated to go into the restaurant so we could eat because we were all freaking hungry. Sergeant Slaughter wandered into the lobby and just sat down at that table, and everybody that was still at that table just sat there and talked to Sergeant Slaughter. And he sat out there and talked to them for probably about 2 hours. And this was probably about 9:30 at night.
Yeah.
And he hung out with all of them guys for like 2 hours.
Yeah, and it was kind of one of them things. It's like, no pictures, guys, no pictures. Please don't take any
his
pictures.
handler.
Yeah. And real quick, Frostbite. If you're umming and ahhing about going to a Joe convention, just remember that there are really, really good-looking Australians that just don't have that opportunity at all.
I will throw in for a GoFundMe for you and Shark Eyes to come over here next year. I actually tried to. I joked with Shark Eyes about that, and Punk. I was like, let's start a GoFundMe to get Shark Eyes over here. So now we'll have to do it for both of you guys.
Legends also, he asked, let's see, not that one. There it is. Baya. Is it true the real star of the show booth wise was Ramen Toys? I don't know.
I don't know if they were the star of the show, but they were definitely one of the main co-stars. The Ramen's booth was, and he didn't have a real big booth. It was just what he had in it was absolutely fucking amazing.
This was
everything.
Real quick, this was also during that Friday night from 6 to 8. I ran into these guys real quick. It's Loki and Daredevil Dave, so I had to have a picture with them. That was literally the first, the Friday night. That's probably one of the first pictures I took, anyway, of anybody hanging out. Was of them two guys with me. It's like, hey, what are you doing? Let's take a picture. That's almost kind of how it looked. It's like you run into somebody and then you go, let's get a picture.
Yeah, and that was how a lot of it went. It was just like, hey man, let's take a picture. And I'm trying to do pictures on I've got the first night I had my little action cam, and then I had the the next day when we got our chest rigs out for our GoPros,
Yeah.
and so I had like three different things there. So there's the bread car. The bread car was there. Ramen's booth was amazing. I don't have many pictures of the other stuff, but I have video, and I put a lot of it in my video that I posted, that I put together. We were talking about earlier. I spend a considerable time in that video, and you can pause it and look at the stuff. The bridge layer was there, the tank was there, all that stuff was there. But this thing is so badass.
Yeah.
And then there's his Motu figures there, or his whatever he's calling him, master of the verse. Yeah, the master of the verse. There is the razor, which is the one thing I really wanted to order there. This thing is fucking amazing. If you like Mad Max, Frostbite,
Yeah. Right.
but I mean it's the racer done up like a Mad Max car. Thing is absolutely badass. And there's one of the wrong way. Go back.
The old
Go back.
razor.
Go back, Jack.
Oh, Razor Crest. Gotta
Pull
love
that
it.
back up.
Yeah, and then they, it was awesome because like that Razor Crest, they made a big deal about it, and then they blew it up.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's badass. That thing is so sweet. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Legends. Yeah, they are absolutely bangers coming. If he can deliver on everything that he had there, I'll show you one that I am particularly fond of that was also at that booth, and that is the Ramen General Lee.
Yeah.
And I didn't even see it the first time because it was in the other corner of the booth, and I was so busy ogling the razor and the bridge layer.
Yeah,
But
man.
this was also there.
Yeah, it was that was beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
So and I didn't realize until later that you could actually touch these. Tony's figs, we were talking about it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you can touch it." I said, "You can't touch any other prototype at this show." He said, "Oh, he's letting people touch them if they wanted." I'm like, "Well, shit, I didn't know that." So but in my video, I have some good footage of the ramen booth, and also me meeting Ace, and shook Ace's hand. And I mean, Ace has absolutely no idea who I am, but he was very gracious and very friendly. So their booth was pretty damn badass.
So as we, as Friday night kind of drew to a close, we hung out. I kind of had a little bit of a conversation at this little bar short table where there was a couch with like Baldy for a minute. Never met him, never ever talked to him. And we're kind of chatting, we're, back and forth a little bit. Introduced ourselves, kind of got introduced, Aaron was there as well. And, then Travis was kind of there too, hanging out. So, it was very casual getting to meet somebody, kind of just, hey, I've seen your stuff. Hey, nice to meet you. Punk's there obviously as well. We're kind of all interchanging. We're kind of interchanging and little group back and forth. Crow's sitting there hanging out with me and Aaron while Baldy's there. We're talking about this, that, and whatever. And then next thing you know, I would walk over to the bar and there's Punk or there's you, and talking or just kind of mixing up, but just really early inklings of like, hey, maybe we'll end up running into each other again, right? Like it wasn't planned. There was no plan. Hey, these are the people we're going to hang out with. This is who we're going to spend time chilling and whatever. But Friday night, as it kind of drew to a close and really late, you could kind of tell that things were kind of getting set up a little bit. kind of getting set up about,
Yeah.
you know, and again, and Tony was there as well with Baldy Locks and Travis and whatever. And yeah, and that's also, yeah, I remember you got that picture with Dan Larson too.
That was on day one.
Yeah, day one. And so so yeah, kind of the like I said, the early inklings of
So what's up
that.
to Oz real quick? Sorry. Oz
Yeah.
showed up. What's
Hey,
happening?
hey.
Ostradamus Toys.
Absolutely, baby. What's happening? So yeah, so that, like I said, that was kind of that early little inklings of things going on, hanging out, trying to figure out, you know, who people are, meeting people for the first time, um, and um, and really just kind of, you know, starting out on a Friday night. And so basically we end up back in the room, you know, and it's time to crash basically, right? Like I got a buzz, you know, you got a buzz, everybody's got a buzz. It's late and we got to get up the next morning and get ready to go for the next day. So Friday night drew to a close and everybody kind of retired back to their rooms to sleep it off. Right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm
so
gonna pull this back up real quick.
yeah.
Yeah, because Oz come in right as I close that out. So he said awesome shirt. So yes,
Right.
I was representing the clubhouse.
Yep.
And I think you might have got a picture or something from Mega J, Oz. Mega J Retro particularly stopped me and commented on my shirt and how cool that was. And he took 2 or 3 pictures of it, and he said he was going to send them to you. So hopefully you got to see those. I did not, so hopefully you got to see those.
So I guess, you know, we could probably get on to day 2, which started out much easier than day 1. That we were already there, you know, we're checked in, we're good to go. Um, and um, and so day 2, I want to show this really quickly if I can.
No such
Um,
luck, Grievance.
No herpes, and also Crimson Cobra Commander. Did you see anything you wanted but couldn't get, or see anything you wish you
I
got? I'll
starred
let
that. I
you
was
answer
gonna,
that.
yeah. I actually starred that. We'll come back to that. We'll get to that here in a little bit.
Let's see. All right, so I want to show something real quick if I can, and let's see here. Sorry.
Toy Enhancer says he got beer poured on him. Do you know anything about that?
Oh yeah, I went to go take a selfie with him, and I'll actually show the picture. I have it in here. Yes, he did get beer poured on him, unfortunately, and I apologize. I went to take a picture with him, and I had my arm wrapped around him, you know, like so, and I had just taken a picture with like Travis too, and somehow it got turned, and unfortunately it ended up going down his back and under down his front. Actually, went right down in front of his shirt. Obviously a total mistake.
Not the first time he's had it on his back.
No, it's not the first time that Aaron's ever had it on his back. Okay, so I want to show this short that I made real quick. And this was in the hotel, and it was pretty ridiculous. So if you stayed in the hotel, you'll know that these are what the bathrooms were like.
This is how you close the door to the bathroom. Oh wait. Wait, I got it. Hang on a second. I got it. Man, no wait. Hang on. I think I got it. Oh no, no.
Every time it did not catch, it didn't even fit in the door frame.
You couldn't even shut and lock the bathroom door in the hotel room. It was a sliding door. You couldn't even fit your fingers in it to slide it.
It was like a barn style door. It was ridiculous. But so between the door, the bathroom door, and the goddamn refrigerator,
I couldn't even. So that was like day one. I recorded that short, and actually, it's I don't even know how many it's got. It's freaking stupid. But anyway, so
that's
yes,
like your most popular video, isn't it?
I
That
think
short.
I think it is. It's got a lot of views. It's got a lot of views, but anyway, so yes, it was absolutely ridiculous. I couldn't even get the bathroom door to lock like that. I mean, that's pretty frustrating.
Yeah,
um,
it was kind of a pain in the ass.
I mean, think about it, man. If somebody's in your room and you got to use a bathroom, you want to shut the door. You couldn't even shut the door, so it was always cracked. The door was always cracked. No matter what, you tried to do. That's a good one right there. So day two, everybody's out, right? The early bird is done. Saturday is we go down there, and when we walk down, they have like three different it looked like three different lines. And they didn't delineate between if you already had your wristband, you could just go through and cruise past it. And so it ended up being a situation where like both of us kind of stood in this line for a minute, and it's like, well, why are we standing in this line? And then we realized it was people who were picking up their tickets for Saturday, but had already paid. And then there was people who had not paid. And so then I hopped out of line and just went right on in because I had the wristband, but it was kind of confusing, right? And
Yes.
so, but once we went in Saturday, that's where everything was going down, and it was busy.
Yeah, it was absolutely it was packed, and it was I mean, it was fun. There's so much. I mean, there's so much to see. You walk through it time and time again, and you see different stuff. And I was trying to make my main thing Friday when I finally got down there was I was laser focused once I got in there on getting to the Fresh Monkey Fiction booth. And you don't get like a layout. You don't. I thought maybe they would have maps to hand out for who was where. They did not. And I was trying to find the Fresh Monkey Fiction booth, and I was asking everybody. I was like Punk, asking Tony, I was asking everybody, where's the Fresh Monkey Fiction booth at? And I finally made it. I finally got there, and they were out of the convention exclusives. And that was my main thing I wanted to pick up was those Operation Monster Force exclusives. And they were sold out. They have an allotment for each day, and they were sold out for Friday. So Saturday, when we went down there and went in, of course, now I knew where the booth was. So we got up Saturday. Well, I got up Saturday and
Yeah, I
went and
slept
ate
in.
breakfast. And I come back up, and we got ready because it opened at 9 if you had your VIP, and we were trying to get in and get our wristbands and get in, and it was a couple minutes after, but we were basically down there at 9, and I was making a beeline for the Fresh Monkey booth, and Crow had wound up walking over there with me and made it over there and was able to get the exclusives, and actually picked up another set. Crow grabbed me another set because it was one per person per day, so I wasn't taking any chances on not getting those things.
Yeah.
So I grabbed my set, and then Crow grabbed me a set, and I paid Crow back. Actually, that was weird because Crow was looking for a figure and like was trying to pay for the figure he found, and I owed him for picking up those other Monster Force for me. So I was like, all right, here. And I finished paying the dude for his figure. So we got that worked out. But that was I was laser focused to get those Operation Monster Force figures. That was the absolute main thing that I wanted, that I knew that I wanted at this convention, was those two figures.
Yeah, that's awesome too, because see, while you went in and knew what you were looking for, you knew what you were looking for. I, on the other hand, I did not have anything specific. You know what I mean? And so when you got those and you brought them back to the room and set them up, man, it's like those were super cool. And you're not gonna get them everywhere, right? I mean, eventually, I think so, but like
they're going to be these same ones are going to be on Big Bad, and
yeah,
I'm guessing they're going to be bagged like they were for Joe Fest.
right,
But I don't know when they're hitting. It was just the whole thing of, these were the first Monster Force figures that anybody is going to have in hand,
yeah,
and I wanted to be part of that. Even though you're going to be able to buy the same figures, there's no exclusive packaging or anything for them. I just wanted to say that I was there and got some of the first Monster Force figures. And also because there's at least, I can't go all in on this line. They're like $36 a piece.
yeah.
But I can't commit that until I could feel the figures and see how well they were made. So that was the main reason I wanted to snag these. So now I know, ordering Operation Monster Force, I kind of know a little more about the figures. That was one of my main goals, was to know how to pre-order for Monster Force, because they look good. But I mean, how many things have we bought that look good that turns out to be trash?
Yeah, right. I mean, it's no, they look really cool when you had brought them back, and I had not really seen them. Like you were definitely, enamored with those, and because it's exclusive, it's like, okay, gotta have it. And so that was the thing for me. There wasn't anything like that. It was like, I'm trying to find stuff that I want to get, but there wasn't anything specific. And that was something that people were asking me. And it's like, well, no, because I'm not as plugged in that way, right? Just collecting the classified. I do have a couple Mezcos now, but like, as far as any other lines, anything else, I wasn't really looking at anything else, and wasn't trying to find any of those exclusives at all either. And so, so in that respect, it's like, that's kind of the difference there. For a lot of people, they are on a hunt, and they're on a hunt for that specific thing that they've got to have.
Yeah, and I absolutely was. So there they are. Ara said they're up on BBTS now, coming, they say. So actually, they do have them labeled as the Joe Fest exclusive here. So I mean, there's no exclusive packaging for them. I didn't bring the sealed ones in here. They're just in a baggie and say Operation Monster Force. So I imagine this is just going to be the stock that didn't sell at Joe Fest.
Yeah. So day two, obviously everybody, we start kind of running into everybody again. And seeing, some of those folks, you passing by again, and it's like, oh, okay. Hey, what's going on, man? What's going on? And for me, that was the thing I started to notice, was that more and more I'm starting to have like little miniature conversations with people that I've never really talked to before, or maybe once or twice. Yeah, that's awesome right there, dude. Like that Viper outfit is freaking ridiculous, man. I love that. Holy cow. Yeah, Aaron.
And of course,
yeah. And you know
representing our buddy.
What's so sad about that too? I did not even see him that day. And had I seen him in the costume, had he seen me walking around while he had the costume on, I assume he would have said something. But I actually did not. And I probably walked by him. I probably saw him, didn't know it was him, and he didn't say anything to me either. And so I didn't even see that was him in the Viper costume. I do want to show one thing from day 2 real quick, man, that so they had a USS flag, and it's 6 it's like 5 levels, and they had a mess hall, they had the medical room,
Infirmary.
right? The infirmary. There's your mess hall. They had a kitchen. They had a workout area. They've got, as you can see there, kind of like where the vehicle area. And I do kind of around this thing, and then really seeing the top of it is actually super cool. But this is like a big, huge table, man. And it's got the different levels with the lighting in it. And this was one of the coolest things that I saw the whole weekend. And then video games, you see the Galaga machine in there, Cubert, Dig Dug, showers. This guy
Urinals.
urinals. This guy did such an amazing job on this flag, dude, with the multiple levels. And then the very top of it, I do kind of a flyby. And see, look at this, man. Like, the father and son, the dad sitting there showing his son. He's like, "Oh, look at all this stuff, son. You got to see this." Let's see. And then there's the top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of pictures he's done through the build process of it online, and I'm glad he had it there, because it is amazing in person. And although that one is highly modified, that is the first flag I've ever seen assembled in person, just like the deck and the con tower and everything. I've never seen one in person. I'm glad you took this video and you're showing it, because I also show it, but nowhere near in this kind of depth. I didn't go through it like this. So
yeah,
I'm glad you got this.
Yeah, I wanted to really show it off, because I just thought it was such a cool piece, man. And I mean, it's like, what are you going to do with it other than pose, right? Put some figures in there. It's set up for like classified, basically. At least it's kind of, it 3 3/4, I guess. But yes, it's like that many levels. So yeah, just scrubbing through this video real quick. Obviously, I'm going to chop a lot of this up, but as you can see, like any con you've ever been to, there's just more stuff to look at than you can freaking imagine. And so let's see here. I'll get out of this so you can bring something up. Boom, there we go. So
there you go. Grievance just for you. I didn't just get a picture of the tote bag.
There you go.
I took a picture of the whole thing. Actually, I took this because I was at some point wanted to show this picture to Alice and Troy, because this had some She-Ra figures there, some strawberry shortcake, and of course Care Bears. And then she had that other tote that was strawberry shortcake and rainbow bright, and it was like BFFs. It was pretty cool. It was a pretty neat little booth, and I actually did make a purchase from that booth, because that was only one part of the booth, and that was not all. It was not all girl stuff. I just took a picture of that because I was going to send it to Allison.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's hard to describe to somebody, like when I was at work and, going to be going down there, trying to describe to people like what it was and what's, and everything. And the only thing I could say was like, well, it's, think of a flea market in a way, but it's mostly around one main thing, I mean, not one main brand, I guess you could say. I mean, obviously there's plenty other brands, there's plenty other toys, but it's not called Joe Fest for no reason,
Yeah, I mean, it's there's all kind of stuff there, but I mean, it's probably 80, Probably it's 70% Joe's. I mean, easily.
At least, yeah, I'd say so for sure.
So
Yeah, no, that it but trying to explain it to somebody was just funny for me because it's like, it's a GI Joe convention, it's like what? It's like, the 80s cartoon, the figures, and most people were super cool. As a matter of fact, most people I talked to, when I was talking about going down to the con, most people I talked to actually were like, oh yeah, my brother, he collects figures, or oh yeah, my cousin, or I've got a coworker. On down the line is like person after person I told. And then when you get down there and you realize what it is, just seeing all the stuff is really fun because it makes you think about your childhood and the stuff that you had, and brings back a lot of memories. And meanwhile, you're running into people, you're having conversations with the vendors, you're asking different questions about this and that, whatever, and that's just, it's so much fun, just to have those conversations, but just to look at the freaking toys, man, just to
there's
look at the
stuff.
stuff.
So many memories looking at stuff, and remembering that maybe you had it or wanted it, or things like that. There's so much there. If it's GI Joe, I mean, it was pretty much there. 3 3/4 wise. There were. Did you keep up with how many flags that you saw for sale? I know there were 3 that I saw they were boxed. Nobody had one assembled, but we looked at one. We looked at one together that was in the box, and I don't remember. I don't think it said how complete it was, but it was all the inserts and no broken tabs, and they were asking $2,200 for it.
Yeah,
I thought that was a really good deal. I mean, if they go for a lot more than that.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Good
no,
night, Wraith Macy's heading out.
Wraith, have a good night, sir.
There was one. I know there was one open and there was one sealed. Those were the only Defiance I saw.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, one open for sure. Yep, you're right. One sealed. I remember seeing that. The Defiance. So in a lot of like battle platforms, a lot of other, I mean, like, dude. I mean, everything, right? Like if you wanted it, you're gonna find it in some condition of some kind. And a lot of though, it was kind of funny though. There was a lot of people who had like some toys and that were like super freaking dirty. like you'd think if you was gonna bring them, you might clean them up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, people that just amass stuff, buying it in lots or whatever. They reflect that in the price. They know people are going to have to take it and clean it up.
Right.
So here's some of the Monster Force figures that we've been looking forward to. Now these were in a case. You couldn't hold these, you couldn't touch these, but they did actually have them there, and they told us, I think these were the final I think they said these were the final paint figures.
Okay.
But I did ask when we could expect the first wave, and he said the first wave of figures, which I think is 4, he said they were on the water now. They were on the ocean en route to the U.S., and they should be here in July for those first wave of Monster Force.
Okay.
So this is their Voyagers line that they've got coming. It's just some really, really cool stuff. There's the Forgotten King, the actual one, not the translucent. And he does come, I don't have it in here when I showed him, he does come with all of the hands and everything, the heads.
Yeah.
But these are the actual final figures here. And this was their diorama they had set up.
Yeah, there were some cool diorama vendors too. that had some really cool play sets, like really cool stuff, man, for photography or whatever, mountainous regions and stuff like this. There were a few of them that you could buy if you like already pre-made stuff.
Yeah, they had several very, very nicely done 3D print things that were set up. There were some guys that were set up out in the hallway
Yes.
that had some amazing 3D print stuff. I think Aaron bought some of that stuff, but this was their. Yeah, it's back to my dude in the room. After I got him, I went back to the room to rest and chill for a minute. And I made a short on these guys. It's like, I ain't gonna review them, but I'm gonna put something out because I'm here with them and I haven't seen anything
right
yet. So I did a quick little short showing them
off. So let's see here. Well, I'll cancel that for now.
These were
in a few. You can show off a few more pictures of some of the stuff. I don't know if you want to show off any more stuff but yeah, if you want to show the panel, actually, some of the pictures.
That's actually what I was
getting
ready to look at here. So we went to the panel where we got to go and watch with some of our new friends that I would say are our friends that we finally got to see in person.
Give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I've got to pee real quick. All right.
Well, I'll just get you and me go through some of these.
Go through some of those pictures of the panel. Yeah, definitely.
All right. I'll probably do that when you come back, actually. So, let's see here. Go to that one and share that one. So we got to go and we watched the A Punk Kinda Mood panel with Punk and Baldy and Tony's Figs and Travis Moody. Most of us went to that. Most of our group, we went. Me and Pop went. Aaron and Crow. Loki went. Dave went. And Action Figs was in there. And just about everybody else that wasn't involved with the show floor or whatever, that's affiliated with watching these guys. They put on a fantastic panel. I sent all of these or most of these pictures to Travis, and he's actually used some of them in some of the stuff he's put out about the panel. We were sitting up front on the front row, and it was just them kind of going over. They kind of recapped some of the latest pre-orders and talked a little bit. So I cropped some, tried to get some close-ups of these guys, but it was interesting sitting there listening to them talk in person and interact in person. We've all seen these guys interact online, but this was the first time any of them had met any of them in person either. Wasn't just an experience for like Pop and I and Aaron Crow, Loki and Dave. All of these guys have never actually met in person. Baldy, they'd never met in person either. There's Action Figs. There's me and Pop and Crow and Aaron just sitting there. Punk waving his hands around like usual. It was really neat listening to them interact. And then they brought up Ken from Toy Connections. He was actually part of the panel that I don't think Ken was advertised as part of the panel, but Ken come in and sat with them, and they had a very good discussion. Kind of just went over the pre-orders. No crucial information. It was just something cool with them interacting, and we got to be part of it. I like this with Punk sitting there cracking up. I don't remember what part it was, but he's just sitting there, him and Baldy, they're all cracking up listening to whatever the hell Ken was saying. That dude is a trip. Ken Poe, he is absolutely an amazing dude to talk to, very funny, and will talk to you and be interested in whatever you're saying. Really makes you feel engaged. Daredevil, Ken made me feel like a celebrity because he knew you, right? You said when you introduced yourself, you commented on a lot of his stuff. and he recognized you. That was Ken you were telling us that about, right? Yeah, he was. Ken was absolutely a gem. And all of these guys were actually meeting them and getting to see them in person. And there's scrap iron. I had scrap iron sitting on my leg through the panel. And just kind of go through them. And there's us. And then I get some headshots of them, going through them kind of quick because you guys get the gist of it. So there, through the panel, there's the box for the 3-0 Prophet Director Destro. And he was actually there, and somebody got to take him home. It was a guy that was with the Mythic Legions booth, and he was in talks with them, and they actually called Big Bad, because I guess they were all on loan from Big Bad. They called Big Bad and spoke with Big Bad directly and let this guy buy that Prophet Director Destro. Now, I'm not sure who he was, but I mean, he was somebody that obviously he's sitting in the Mythic Legions booth. He had some, carried a little weight, I would imagine. I didn't get a very good picture of it because the glare was so bad. There he is right there. Speak of the devil and you shall appear. I just showed your picture. Were you in here? I was going through the panel. And I was like, there's action. He was sitting beside us in the panel. There's that other picture I was talking about with Strawberry Shortcake. But yeah, so we got to see the Prophet Director Destro. I was just kind of sad that I didn't get a little bit better picture of it. And I actually thought about asking the guy that bought it when I saw him walk off with it if I could possibly see it, but I don't think he was going to take it out. Yeah, I know I just said that. There he is. There's the man sitting over there beside us. Action is also a person that I'm glad I finally got to meet in person. Action Figs Ed is a cool motherfucker. Finished his show. I'm gonna go back and rewatch that. I have a lot of replays I've got to go back and watch after Wednesdays now, as Wednesdays have gotten kind of crowded. So I usually try to go back and catch you and Travis, and then I try to go back and catch Toy Kind of Mood also, since we're all on Wednesdays. Action Figs just showed up.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. And talk about somebody really fun to talk to. He definitely was. And you kind of go over the panel.
I just kind of glazed over it. Just said, that it was fun to listen to. The audio on a lot of it was bad. Travis we were in a bad spot to listen to it because we were off to the side, but Travis's mic was fucked up and Ken was kind of speak softly. Punk did not use a microphone.
He did,
and
that was one thing that I said, really honestly. So I had gone to the Seth Green panel earlier in the day. And and so they were having sound problems at the Seth Green panel, and we couldn't take pictures, couldn't take video, like at least not when he was showing their new show. They have a new G.I. Joe. It's not G.I. Joe, but it's using the action figures. They had somebody actually make the action figures for them, and for this show, and it's called Cleanup Crew, and it's a stop motion robot chicken style show about a cleanup crew that cleans up crime scene units. And so they showed a couple scenes from it, and it was pretty funny. Definitely like I said, like Robot Chicken, but they were having audio problems too. And so when we went to the panel with Travis and Punk and Tony and Baldy and Toy and Toy Connections was there too. The sound was bad. Travis's mic was really, really bassy, really, really low. It was really bad. And we were on the front row, but we were on the left side. And so I think they would have done better had they just ditched the mics and just spoke loudly. But first panel, right? It's your first panel. You're feeling your way through it. And so maybe, next time if that comes up again, they may very well do that and just say, hey, forget it. But with the microphones. But they did have that was like the next biggest crowd for a panel at the con, and it was a big crowd. That was a good crowd for their panel.
There was a lot of
yeah.
people in there listening to those guys. And
Yeah, it was awesome, dude.
They did very well. Audio issues aside, they all interacted very well. You know, talked to the crowd, interacted with the crowd. It was fun. I mean, you listening to them and listening to them guys talk in person, it's just like they are when they're all together on a stream. A lot of fun in that panel. We had a good time.
It was good, and of course when they were done, basically that was the end of day 2 for the show.
They were the end. Their show ended at 5. Their panel was at 5.
Right. So so at that point, you know, everybody kind of goes back to the hotel room to kind of put their stuff up, right, you know, and maybe take a breather, grab a drink. It's time to basically go and get ready to go eat dinner, and get ready to kind of get into the night, right? Those are super cool. I do like those. You know, I'm not as crazy about the Cobra Mortal. I do like the Glenda figure there. That figure for me doesn't do anything for me, but I know you like that dude quite a bit. But
look, Super 7 can give us a nice Israeli Uzi.
Yeah, right. I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, is it licensing with that stuff? I don't know.
I think with Uzi, it actually might be.
Yeah, it may very well be, and specific kinds and all that kind of stuff. And so, but yeah, so obviously at 5:00, you know, the show floor is over, and at that point, you know, it's time to kind of work your way back. So everybody kind of dispersed, and you know, worked their way back to the rooms to kind of get ready. And then it was time to get back together. And that's, I think, at the end of day 2, I think that's where, that's really kind of where we started to bond even more so, right? So we had
day 2 was great.
Yeah, we had these early conversations that, you know, on Friday night, you kind of seeing people, you hey, I'm so and so. Okay, cool. You know, Punk may introduce you to somebody, or, you know, Aaron, whomever it is, right? And so and mind you, you know, like Punk and Travis and Baldy and Tony, whatever, you know, they did a panel together, but they have not all been able to hang out together, right? Like this was the first time they'd all been able to get together as well, if I remember them saying that.
Like, yeah, I did mention that. Like that was their first time meeting.
Yeah, right.
In person.
So, but for us, for you and me, and I think for a lot of people, let's say that you're in that situation. You know, I did not want to come across as like fanboy. You know, it's like, look, I watch y'all streams. I've seen your stuff, you know.
That's the Savage Land. He was there.
Yeah. He was
got to meet Savage Land.
Yeah, he was a trip. But like, you know, to me, it was like, hey, you know, I'm a dude here too, hanging out, checking stuff out, you know, and I love to talk to people and cut up and everything. But at the same time, I know some people might be either intimidated, or they might be kind of like, you know, your conversation might revolve around questions about their channel, or it might revolve around, you know, other things. And for me, it's like, I just want to bullshit, right? Like, I just want to talk about regular shit, you know, some of the stuff that we're all there for, and some other stuff too, because I'm always curious to talk about some of the stuff that I'm into, the pop culture stuff. And so Saturday night gave me an opportunity, I know, in the conversations that I had, an opportunity to get into some of that stuff. And to where, you know, we had a good little standing up. We had a nice circle with Baldy there, you know, talking. We're talking about some of the pop culture stuff that's going on right now. We're talking some Star Wars stuff, you know, and that was like a good hour I mean, it's like an hour or something plus that we're standing there and we're just going back and forth about Marvel and some.
And this was you and Baldy.
Yeah, me and Baldy was there. I'm trying to remember who else was kind of, in that conversation because people kind of fluctuated in and out. But but we were just kind of in this circle, just talking about various stuff. I want to say maybe even if Daredevil the Day was there, I think, in and out, but it was really cool because then I got to talk to Tony, right? Got to talk to Tony for a bit, caught up with him, and then Travis and I told him, hey, I recorded the panel. If you want the audio, I'd love to try to send it to you. It was pretty rough. I was going to try to try to run it through a program that I have where I can pull the treble or I can pull the bass out of it, but it's unusable. There's nothing you can do with it. Like,
Yeah, I listened to a bunch of it and I'm like, man, it's parts of it are great and parts of it are just like, you can't even, it's unintelligible.
Yeah, it was pretty rough, but
keep talking. I'm going to show one thing real quick while you're talking that I was unveiled on Saturday and I was not in the panel because it ended after their panel, but it was unveiled and then it was there. So go ahead and this is Fresh Monkey.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the cops and crooks. Yep. Yeah, all that out. Of course, I had these guys back in the day too. My
number one most anticipated or wished line could be resurrected.
Right.
That's it right there.
Yeah, I love those guys back in the day, man. They were a lot of fun to have, and because they were so bold and outrageous,
this series was so far ahead of its time.
Yeah. So I'll share a few of these picks that I've got up here. So here's you, Baldy, Aaron, Loki, Dave, Punk, my goofy ass, and then God, who was that cat's name right there on the left, the far left?
That is G.I. Bro behind
Yes,
Punk and Dave.
yes, that's right, G.I. Bro, that's right. And I did not get a chance to really talk to him a lot, but a couple times. And so yeah, like that, super cool. Hanging out with everybody here. I'll grab another picture here and show this one real quick. I've got a few of them to go through. There's the one and only right there, Tony's Figs. I tell you what, man, especially come Sunday, but Saturday night and then Sunday, I really enjoyed talking to him. He was a really, really nice dude, very freaking awesome, and absolutely hilarious, especially like quick-witted.
Be right back. It is now my turn.
Yep, quick-witted, under his breath humor, but sneaky, not even sneaky funny. He's a funny dude. If you ever, he ain't scared of nothing. And so let's see, I'll pull up another one here. This guy probably, I think you guys might recognize. Matter of fact, I think he's streaming right now too. I did not spill a beer down his back or his front for that matter, but getting to talk to Travis too, that was awesome. Had some really great conversations with him over Saturday night and most of the day Sunday too. Like really, really good conversations, man. Like that's what I said. My most fun part about the weekend was not the stuff on the show floor. It was the people that I got to meet and talk to that I see stream and everything, but people that come into the chat, people that I regularly hear from to an extent. Had to get a picture in front of this bad boy here, out on the backside or the front entrance of the from the convention hall, right outside. This Jeep painted up, really freaking cool. Let's see here. Grab another couple. This guy, y'all might recognize this fella right here. Again, great freaking conversations on Saturday night and Sunday. And I mean, great conversations. Really, really good dude, really knowledgeable, and is up on his pop culture because he was throwing it right back at me as I was talking. And also, too, real quick, Woody's got to call it a night, man. He's hitting the. We kept doing it. He's dozing off. We'll see you soon, Woody. Get you some rest, buddy. I'm glad you were here for a while.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Good night, Woody. Yeah, Savage. Comments I missed. Savage was cool. Aaron, him and Aaron hung out quite a bit. I follow him. He don't really know me, but he was a cool dude. Very gracious and happy to meet everybody. He's a really cool cat. Savage is somebody I recommend everybody meet if you can.
So crusty old crow, man, like positive dude, just positive. Like, it seemed like he's always excited, and always just like in a positive frame of mind every time I talked to him. He was always just upbeat about practically everything, man. And then of course this fella right here hanging out, and yes, I am stooping down to make this picture even.
I will I have one pulled up that I will show in a moment.
Go right ahead, bring it up, and I'll grab a couple more here.
This was during the day on Saturday. Actually got to spend quite a bit of time with these guys right here. A whole lot more time than I would have ever anticipated. All three of these guys right here, Tony and Punk and Baldy, you never know how people are going to be in person. You hope everybody's going to be cool, and they were all very, very friendly, very accepting, very eager to meet everybody.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time with these three guys, and actually with Travis as well. I don't even feel like they let us tag along. Like they were like, hey, we're going to do this. Of course, they did their own thing a lot, but sure. we spent a lot of time hanging out with them. So this is us on Saturday, and yes, I am flat-footed, and right here in this one, not that one. Right. That one I am not. I got down on one knee, and Baldy and Tony actually lifted Punk up in that picture. So that one, I thought that one was pretty funny. They were all joking about that. So that was a good one. We got a lot of good ones.
Yeah. Let's see real quick.
Go back to my.
Let's see.
But everybody was very, very, very friendly. There was we talk a lot about the gatekeeping and all that kind of stuff in this, and there really wasn't any of that. Everybody was really, really, really friendly, very happy to meet us, very happy to meet everybody else that I could tell.
Yeah.
It was just awesome.
Yeah, man. No, it really was. These guys, man, like they were really freaking down to earth, and nobody big timed, nobody high times, nobody acted like they were too big for anything. I know that some people, everybody's got their own own opinions, and so about everybody, right? But I could tell you my personal opinion, hanging out with everybody, is I had an absolute blast talking to everybody that was there, especially everybody that we took pictures with and stuff. Like that group, man, that's what I'm talking about. Like from a fellowship perspective, like that group of people, Saturday night, Sunday, like that was as natural as it can get. Like natural as it can get, dude. Everybody was having a great time. And there was, like I said, there was none of that high time and stuff, man. Everybody was on equal level. Everybody was there for the same reasons, to have a good time, and nobody acted like a star. Even the people that have 20,000 subscribers on YouTube, people that have 10,000, people that have nobody acted like that. I mean, it was freaking awesome.
Yeah, and I'm actually getting ready to show somebody like that. This guy right here, Mega J. There's Emerald Knight.
Yeah, he was awesome. Really nice guy.
Mega J was actually fantastic to meet and get to talk to in person. There's Tony, there's Punk, and they come out and they talk for a little bit, and I talked to him for a few minutes, but there's where he's like, "Hey, Mega J." I think I put that in my video, I think, but just talking to him, I actually found myself at a table Sunday night, something I'm going to show here in a few minutes. I found myself in that lobby at a table in the back of that lobby, sitting there talking to Mega J one-on-one, me and him, for probably, I didn't talk to him long. I didn't want to take up a lot of his time, but he invited me to sit down, and I sat down. Of course, this is after we met here in this video, but I sat down and I talked to Mega J for, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes, and me and him, Emerald Knight, and then Emerald Knight left and come back, and just cool guy, interested in whatever I was talking about. Yeah. And remembered my name, and actually Mega J actually gave me a shout out on Instagram or on YouTube one. He gave me a shout out as well. I thought that was awesome that he even remembered me. So most everybody that you want to meet, it's definitely worth doing.
Yeah. No, and I think next year, because I definitely plan on going back next year. I think it's even going to be better if those who are supposed to go will go, barring any cancellations, obviously, or anything like that. But just to do like Friday, Saturday, Sunday night over again. You know what I'm saying? Like, to do that over again, like hanging out at night. For me,
that was where it was at.
Yeah, that was it. That was where I had my good time, and that was meeting and talking to everybody that came. And let's see, real quick too, I want to show these off, man, because Loki Wartooth had told me about getting me a hardball, like, you know, and so we had talked, and he was telling me which body, you know, to use and stuff like that. So he brought me a couple hardball sculpts, if I can kind of see a couple of them. And then he brought me the backpack, hardball's backpack here. And then he brought me baseball bat right here.
Toy enhancers rolling out. Good night, buddy.
Yeah, man. Hey, Aaron, it was a pleasure, and thank you for cruising in tonight, dude, and hanging out for sure. And then there's Hardball's grenade launcher, and it does spin. So anyway, so you know, Loki had brought those for me, and I was totally surprised because he had just mentioned something about it in a stream one time. But you know, I'm not holding nobody's feet to the fire, that's for sure. And then he showed up and brought me those, and I was like, man, that's really awesome. Like, super cool. And I really appreciated it. You know, definitely didn't have to do that. So, and I know that's his thing. I know he's, you know, from, you know, 3D printing and everything, definitely his thing. But yeah, that was super nice of him to do. So I just want to mention that tonight on stream. Let's see. So Saturday night, we hung out, stayed up late again. Had a
late.
late, 4 a.m. You know, it was like 4 a.m. Did it again. And
Crowing, bro.
yeah, there you go. That's right. And just to be honest with you real quick, because um I while I'm literally bouncing here and talking to you, I popped into the toy kind of mood stream and just said, "Hey, what's up, guys?" And then I bounced right back out. And as it's paused on the screen right now, I will show you if it did I have it up on yeah. So real quick, I just want to
Night, Ed. Ed's rolling out. So
oh
thanks for
yeah,
coming in,
actually,
buddy.
yeah,
Yes, and hit
man.
that like button.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. Yeah, everybody hit the like button. So I jumped in and I just said, "Hey guys, just streaming," but I just wanted to say, "Hey, it was fun hanging out with y'all." And I have it paused, and it highlights it up on the screen. And I'm literally like, just as I did that, and then who's in there? GI bro and like shark eyes. And they're like, "What are you doing?" I was like, I just wanted to pop in real quick. But yeah, obviously not gonna be, not sitting there watching it, but it was pretty funny. And so I just paused it. I said, I'll go back to it later on.
Yeah,
But yeah, I was like, I'll double duty real quick. I'll jump in real fast because they were doing that stream tonight and hanging out and everything. And I know they had, he had said something to me about it and was like, if you're hanging out or whatever, jump in. I said, well, we're going to be busy ourselves. So, but I may say hello for a second. There you go. That is a 2 pieces of pizza that Punk had filled up on. And he was done. He ate the whole thing. He's got 2 pieces left. I'm like, man, you need to eat that pizza, dude. Now, why don't you zoom in on my face, though? Because we found out that I'm actually part alien because I haven't.
You got 2 noses and 4 eyes. He sent me that after I sent him this picture. He's like, "What in the hell?" So all I can figure is at the exact minute I snapped it, you were moving your head.
Maybe so. I don't know. It could be the light. Oh my god, I was dying, dude. I was dying.
It's like you have no mouth.
The double nose, though, that's the worst.
The better to smell you with.
But then I ended up going outside and talking to Punk for a few minutes, and we had a really, really, really good conversation. Really good conversation about a few things that he was thinking about and stuff, and everything. So that was really good. I was, it's good time just to do that. Him, Baldy, Tony, you name it. Y'all you got some one-on-one time with all these guys, and that was fun because they're just regular dudes anyway. So it's just like hanging out with anybody.
This was the last morning we went to breakfast.
No.
And Punk started cracking up and brought this over.
Hey, I'm grabbing my coffee across the room. Okay, it's right across from the cure. Give me 1 sec.
So he thought that was funny because we were all going, "Oh no," because they had the little sign on the water cup. So we can't possibly show all of the pictures, but we're trying to go through and show some of the the stuff that really highlights the trip and the spirit of the trip. I've got a few more I want to go through, and then I've got one that I definitely want to end with. So not only did we go and had breakfast with them on the 3rd day, we also had dinner with them on the night before. We got to hang out with Tony and Baldy and Punk and Travis. Went to a little Mexican place we walked to that come back to get its revenge on me a little while later.
Well, Nacho Mama's on Saturday when we went to eat, or Sunday rather. Yes, Montezuma's revenge. Montezuma's revenge on Monday.
It was worth it though. This the big plate of nachos Travis brought to the table.
It was really good.
So we got to hang out with those guys. So I'm gonna show you what we did later on after dinner. after we got through eating dinner. If anybody has heard hashtag Club Tarkin, this is. Nope, I gotta stop that screen. Yeah, I got it. I gotta stop that screen and start another one. So we all during dinner decided we were gonna go down and hang out at the hotel pool. So we got to go swimming with the toy kind of mood crew and hang out some more. And this here is a fellow we met by the name of Charlotte Prime.
Yep, Charlotte.
Cool ass dude.
He was cool, man.
We spent a lot of time talking to him. He runs a Discord for Classified. But we all hung out and just bullshitted around. Punk in the pool, a punk with pools, and everybody made their picture with scrap iron.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think I was trying to bite his head off if I remember. Let's see. And at one moment, there it is. And so I'm standing there and I'm talking to Tony. I think it was Tony. And we're like cutting up and we're both looking, and all of a sudden we see Scrap Iron, who's standing on the side of the pool. We literally watch him just go head first and try to self-delete. Like he just dove into the pool with nobody pushed him, nobody grabbed him, and I just happened to be looking at the right moment. Oh, and then of course, yes, that was right
when you first walked back down, and right when you were about to go live, when you walked up.
I was about to go live as soon as I hit the floor. Yeah, I got about a 30-minute live video on YouTube walking around. It was pretty fun, man. That just being in that outfit. I do have one picture here, and that is this guy who by this time, as it's getting into the 8 o'clock hour or whatever time it was, 8 or 9, whatever, time to kind of wind things down the pool. The sun was down pretty much, and you could tell Punk was he did not want to have his picture made at that time.
Yeah, he was. We were all kind of winding down at that point,
and pretty, have been out. Your feet are barking at you, right? You've been on your feet. Your feet are barking at you,
killing me.
You've been drinking for 3 days. You've been just cutting up and everything, and so it's like the pool was a great way to kind of wind that down, and everybody kind of hanging. So I kind of snapped this photo of everybody just kind of. I didn't want to take a lot of pool photos, I guess, because I was just kind of like, I don't know if anybody really wants that.
Wow, is the back of my head really that bald when my hair's wet?
If you want me to show you again, I can. Hang on. We'll pull it back up, ladies and gentlemen, to confirm or deny the question that was just asked to the court. If it pleases the court.
Is that me? I am starting to get a skull.
Hey, that is you, right?
Wow.
There.
Right there. All right. You can zoom back out. Don't show no more. Wow, I didn't realize it was that bad.
Man, mine's worse than I'd like to believe it is. That's for sure.
So I've only got one more picture that I want to show, and then we're going to talk about stuff we picked up, and I'm going to go back to this starred comment that I've got at the top from Crimson Cobra Commander. The last picture that I'm actually going to show, and I've got many more, but we can't show them all.
No.
Is the last night. We took this picture here on the stairs.
Yeah, great picture.
We all got in here because we gave it to the manager on duty at the hotel. We were going to try to do a selfie, and she said, I'll take it. And she took several of these. This is the best one. They're all similar pictures. but I thought this one come out the best. So there's me, there's Tony, there's Punk, there's Charlotte, there's Travis, there's Baldy, and there is Pop. I've sent this picture to all of those guys. Really, really did come out great. There's some other pictures that are floating around that other people have taken, particularly Baldy's album cover picture. That's probably the best picture I've seen to come out of the whole weekend. But this one here, man, this is a right there on the staircase. This is one to put in the books.
Yeah, it was
kind of our faces kind of highlight the whole trip. It was that much fun. Had a really, really good time meeting and hanging out with everybody.
Yeah.
Do you have any other pictures that you
No,
want to show?
no, man. I mean, I've kind of run the gamut. You know, I mean, I had some on my phone. I've got some on the GoPro. You know, it's like they're all kind of, you know, mixed up here or there, whatever. But overall, I mean, that pretty much kind of, you know, kind of has all of mine. Yeah, I think that pretty much kind of.
I lied. I have
my good ones.
I got one more that I'm going to show, and this is going back to Triple C's question that I have starred up here. He asked, did we see anything that we wanted but we couldn't get, or see anything we wish we got? And completely unrealistically, of course, but there is one thing that I wish I'd have been able to get.
Yeah.
And that's that right there. There's one booth there. This was the only one at the entire show that I saw. It was still boxed, sealed box. So the first HasLab Jabba sail barge for the vintage collection.
Yeah,
the katana.
that was awesome. And it's a big box.
This box is almost as tall as Punk. Not kidding, not sliding Punk. This box is almost as tall. Thing is absolutely amazing, and this was on the last day.
Yeah. No, this was in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah,
remember?
It was pretty.
I told you,
yeah.
you said, oh, where's that sail barge? Because they're like, okay, vendors, you need to pack up and be on the blah blah blah. And you were like, where's that sail barge? And I was like, okay, it's back here in the corner. And we hot-footed it back there real quick so you can take a picture.
Yeah, and I actually did. I actually put this in my video, my Joe Fest video that I did. I actually have the GoPro footage from walking around this thing and looking at it, and the ladies are like, yeah, it's still sealed. And they didn't want to take this thing back. Now it was like, yeah, I'm going to have to go rent a flatbed to, take it home. But honestly, for $2,000, she had it marked at 25, and she said she'd take 2 for it.
Right.
They say not to buy this stuff as an investment, but this thing right here will never go down in value. It was like $700 or $800 when it was new. I think it was $7, maybe. Grievance is talking about it. He may out of somebody may know it was $600 or $700 new, but this is the least produced HasLab that they've done because it was the first one, and honestly the goal for it, it was such a lofty goal. There's the fewest of these and the fewest of Unicron.
Right.
Did not see Unicron. I don't know that it wasn't there, but I didn't see
I
one
never
anywhere.
I did not see one. I know that for me, was there anything that
and a flag, finally getting a flag would be the other thing.
Yeah, and just having somewhere to put. I mean, it's like that, something like that. Yeah, I don't know. As far as was there anything there that I saw that I got that I want, or like really wanted? I think the stuff I got was kind of random. Honestly, the chicken fried toys, right. Here, these. Yes, I did want those. I had been looking at these for a long time, for years, and and I was able to actually get a guy, and it was in the last like 10 minutes of the show, practically last 15 minutes, last 10 minutes, and he had him marked. Most people had him marked at 50 a piece. I know you've all seen these. Obviously the 25th anniversary with the Joe and Cobra. But I've always really liked these. I just thought they were really cool as display, in the box. I mean, yes, I think the figures are probably crap, but I've always liked those. And so I actually talked the guy into letting me have both of them for $40 total when he wanted 70.
No, you got a good deal on those. They're great display pieces.
Yeah, it was in the last like 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it was, and I was just like, dude, I've got $40 on me. And I had the Bucky costume on. And he was like,
that's why
he's like, all right. So I was able to get that at that price. I thought, holy cow, man, like that's a freaking deal. But yeah, so as far as anything that I wanted that I didn't get, it would have been anything that would have been well out of my price range. And that includes the sail barge, but that's not something I ever thought, I'd love to have the sail barge. It's there was some of the snake eyes with the what the hell's the name of it? I always forget it. The one that's 125 is 125.
Double O.
Yeah, the double O. Like, they had the three. There was many of those around. Going price was usually about 125, 150, 125. I almost pulled the trigger, didn't do it. And so what most of what I got was in between like that $20 for a print or 2 or 3 range, or $60 for a Mezco. So that was most of my purchases were really in that kind of range. I filled out a bunch of comics for like $3 a piece for my Joe comics. I did get the Destro #1 and the Scarlet #1, both of those for pretty cheap. And then the stuff you see behind me for the most part was mainly what I got. The Mezco Destro. I got the Ultimates Cobra Commander that I did not have. Got him really cheap. And then I got Cover Girl, who was getting harder to find. And then I got Tiger Force Bazooka, which I didn't even see the regular bazooka. I only saw Tiger Force the whole weekend. Didn't even see a regular bazooka. And I was shocked because there was a million classifieds there.
Yeah, there was pretty much everything there.
And they had bats for $15 a piece. Bats. If you wanted an army build and you want those, man, $15 a piece. Holy moly.
At all of the places that had bats, it was the Mythic Legions booth that also had classified. But this was I believe this Legion's booth was put on by the Cabal. I'm not entirely sure, but so they actually had some classified, and they had cases of bats for $15. And I know Toy Enhancer bought a case, and I was gonna buy at least 3, but at the last minute I spent all my money on something else. So I did not have a chance to get them. You picked up those awesome prints. I got the Cobra Commander one too.
Yeah, that one was great. And then this Megatron, this Decepticons print that I thought was super cool.
I like that.
So I picked those three prints up, and those were, they were 20 a piece. I think the Cobra Commander one was only like, $5
yeah, 10.
10.
Those
10
were the Cobra Commander print was those were being sold by the Finest, the cosplay group that Toy Enhancer's part of.
Right.
That was some of the stuff they had for sale that all went toward supporting their cause, which they've got a really great cause, which is pairing veterans with dogs to assist them. I love that sticker.
And then the Cobra Commander for Cobra for America sticker. So, you know, little stuff like that, right? Like here, throw me a sticker in.
Eric's like, did you guys pick up any classified?
I actually did. I got Tiger Force Bazooka and I got Cover Girl, which kind of helped fill out my collection. There's not many I don't have. There's a couple I haven't gotten because I don't care for them. But those two, I did not have either one.
Not Eric. I mean, scalpers at the fest. Yeah, but most everything had pretty good prices on it.
Yeah.
You could tell some people had been hitting up Ollie's and Ross,
Yeah.
but nothing seemed just nothing I looked at seemed outlandish crazy other than some of the carded Real American Hero figures that were there, and they were all there.
850 for Flint.
But those prices on those figures have skyrocketed. Like all of them, anything men on card, Real American Hero Joe's has gone through the roof. They had I was looking at a men on card scrap iron, and it was there. It was graded. Most of the stuff at this booth that he was talking about, and where they had scrap iron as well, it was graded, and it was graded as a 60, which isn't, you know, great, but also it's 40 years old also. Mm-hmm. So anything still on the card at that point. But it was $600, and as much as I really want one, there was no way I was dropping that. That would have been one thing I wish I could have picked up. Yep, cases of bats. There were some resellers there. I mean, everybody there is a reseller in some form or fashion. Everybody with a booth is a reseller at that place.
Yeah.
But the stuff, you know, the stuff that they got at like Ollie's and Ross and whatever, even that stuff, like it wasn't overpriced. It might have been back to what retail was. So, you know, you figure you bought a $6 figure and you got it for 24 or 25, and you're going to take 20, you're still damn near tripling your money. So there were a few of those there, but most everything was, good Lord, man.
Yeah. 200 bats. Is that right? 200 bats. Is that what? Yeah, I think that Crimson Cobra Craner says he's going to put up a video tomorrow showing them off. It said I've got almost 200. Holy moly!
But so, was there anything else you wanted to show off that you picked up?
No. I mean, I've you know, most of the stuff I put here, I've got, you know, my comics kind of put away.
Legends, he says. Okay, they were having a side conversation.
Okay, my bad. But anyway, so golly, yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, no, I mean that's about it. Like I said, I didn't go crazy. I didn't get anything that anybody's gonna be wowed at. They're gonna be like, "Holy cow, I can't believe you found that." You know, it's like,
yeah,
everything I got was things I've maybe had my eye on here or there, but there was nothing specific where I said, if I find this thing, you know, I've got to get it no matter what the price is. You know, there was nothing really there like that. But no, that's pretty much about most everything. I mean, I did go to the Marauders booth and I made my own figure. I would love to say that this is you know, would be a great review of this guy and his accessories, but not the easiest figure to put things in the holes, like for, you know, backpack or like accessories on him. They don't really fit well, and it's cool idea, but execution, you know.
Yeah. Word. Yeah, you got a pretty good little haul. It's funny. Most of what you looks like most of what you actually left with, or at least half, was 3 3/4. So
I know that's the funny thing, but when I think about, but again, like all the classifieds that were there, you know, for the most part, like I already have them, and I don't army build, and I don't really buy two, so it's like, and I don't customize, so I didn't need an extra of somebody. So really, it was about just, what do I like in the moment, and what do I want to get? And I also wanted to help out, like, you know, with Mega J there at the booth, you know, I I did get the Delta 17. Leonidas character, which he's got like a corgi on his back that sits on his back. I don't know if you can see the artwork. I know the figure's hard to see because of the light and everything, but like he's got a dog that sits up on top of him. So this was a cool figure that I really liked, and looks like a badass. So that I wanted to help them out and picked up their first comic book #1, and but that's about it. That's about it. Couple postcards. Yeah.
I wanted to get the Delta 17s. I didn't actually buy mine until the last day because they all looked so good. But it was another one that I wanted to see him in person. And Punk did his review on the one he got first one he got a while back, which was that dude that you got.
Mm-hmm.
And he had he liked him and they looked really good. I think he had a problem with one of the legs, but they have fixed that.
Okay.
He spoke with Ken, and that was something that they actually had gone back and fixed with those. So
I saw Major Blood there, Eric. I think I saw a Major Blood for like 50, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
he was
40, 50.
Crow got one because that was one of his Grail figures that he needed to pick up, and he bought one. And personally, I think he may have overpaid a little bit, but he didn't care because he didn't want to risk him not being there, like you talked about earlier.
Yeah.
And he was happy with the price, so that's all that matters. I did not see another Blood there, but I wasn't looking real hard, so I didn't really pay that much attention to what classified figures were there. Other than to say, I wonder what they're asking for this one or that one. There were only two that I was looking for, and I saw one of the two, and I was not going to pay the price that I saw it for. So, and that was the Hiss Tactician.
Okay.
And I saw one for 60, and I wasn't going to pay 60 for that.
Right.
And actually, I want the Gunner more than another Tactician. So I passed on that. I did not see a Gunner. I saw a Driver. So I guess I did see all three. And then several people had Cobra Commander, and they seemed like, I think the cheapest one I saw was 90. But, so, all right, well, I'll run through what I picked up real quick. I hate he's already gone to bed because I was going to start with this one. Walking back one night, and they table swaps up near the where they have the panels in the big rooms. There's stuff for sale everywhere. Lobby swaps. There's room sales that are kind of under the table, but they happen. We didn't go to any. It's kind of like a speakeasy. You kind of have to have the password for them, but they're going on all weekend. We didn't go to any, but the table swaps, people just go up and commandeer a table and start unloading totes and putting price tags or signs on stuff. We were walking back out one night. There was one table that had a bunch of Ghostbuster stuff on it and a couple classifieds. And Toy Enhancer and I stopped, and we were looking at it. And he was like, man, they got some good prices on these, because I think at that point they had everything marked like half off. Like 50% off this side of the table. And I was looking at some real Ghostbuster stuff. I'm like, yeah, man, I didn't get any of those. I'd like to have a couple. He's like, oh, look at that Marshmallow Man. It's like, yeah, that's badass. He's like, I wonder if I ought to get that. I'm like, nah, probably ought to wait. Well, he bought it. He's like, well, I'm going to buy it. He's like, it's cool. I'm going to buy it. So we're walking off. He buys it. And it's like, I think he gives like $8 or $10 for it. And we're walking off, and I was like, I almost bought that Marshmallow Man. I'd kind of like to have one of them. I just never really have thought anything about grabbing one. And he grabs it, and he's holding it, and he's carrying it, and he takes and does that with it. And he's like, that's for you, buddy. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah. He's like, I bought that for you. I knew you had your eye on it. So I was like, I thought you bought it. He said, yeah, I did. I bought it for you. Because he knew I was getting ready to buy it. And I was like, nah, I probably need to wait. There's a couple things I'm looking at, man. So Aaron bought me the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man that I'm going to put with my Ghostbuster stuff as soon as I dedicate a spot for it. So I grabbed the other thing I wanted to make sure I got was the convention exclusive Delta 17. I actually bought this one first. This was their convention exclusive, dude. This is the Elite Sentry. Kind of looks like a mix between Deadpool, Wild Weasel, and V2 Snake Eyes. Got him ninja stars there.
Right.
I haven't had a chance to open any of these guys because it's been mass fucking hysteria since I got back.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of that, real quick, go back to it. Part of Friday when I was also pissed off was my dog sitter had not made it to my house yet. I mentioned that, coordinating with my dog sitter 6 months out and all that. I completely trust her, but she had a surgery 2 days before and I didn't know it. And she had this surgery and was still coming out because she didn't want to let me down. She loves me. She loves my dog. So, but she just had some delays getting there. So my dad was able to come let Pretzel out a couple times during the day. But that had me really, really like on edge was, he's there alone and she's supposed to be there like 5 hours ago. So she got there. Everything was good. So, but that was pissing me off, but that got handled and she did a good job taking care of my buddy and watching my house. So this dude is going for 130. The Elite Sentry is going for 130. They had a table full of. They didn't run out of them.
No.
Ken said there would be plenty of them there, and there were. Yeah. I don't even know if they had a limit on how many you could buy. But I only got the one. I'd have bought more if I'd known they were going for 130. I'll tell you that right now. Right. I picked out these other two guys for the Delta 17s. These are the leaders of both of the factions. Again, probably not going to be able to see it. This is Shepard. He is the good guy leader. And then this is Shadow Dragon. He's the bad guy leader. But the artwork, these guys have got some amazing, amazing artwork on them. Very well done. I've heard since they fixed the kind of issue that Punk might have had, I've heard nothing but good things about these. I'm not collecting 3 3/4, 4-inch figures. I did not even buy any vintage Joes, although I looked at several. I'm just kind of out of 3 3/4. That's always where my heart and my heritage will be. But I'm pretty much 6-inch figures now and, maybe up. But there's certain things, like you said, Ken's a good dude. Jay's a good dude. I want to support their company. And these dudes look like awesome quality figures. He said they showed it on Moody's for around 130. Huh. I don't even remember Travis saying he got it. I'm sure he did. He picks up all the convention stuff. So I got those. I bought my first AWOC figure. I'm doing a lot of firsts at this show. I'm not huge into the anthropomorphic type characters and lines and stuff. But everybody keeps telling me you need an AWOC figure. You need to get one in your hand. You need to play around with it. You need to feel the joints, how smooth they are, see what the sculpting looks like on him. And I sat there for 20 minutes looking at these guys, and I didn't even realize it was him until after we were talking. But I was talking to highly articulated Adam, who was one of the main guys involved in AWOC, and like the main guys, and it was him I was talking to, and I couldn't figure out why he was so familiar until I heard somebody, call his name. I'm like, oh man, I've actually been on a live stream with him before. I feel bad. And he recognized me too. He just didn't know who I was. But I'm over there around his booth and asking all kind of jackassy questions about AWOC. And he demonstrated them to me, picked some up and let me hold them. He was like, well, it's basically this set of figures has got the same articulation. They move the same. They have different weapons. Your best bet, since you don't know any of the lore for AWOC yet, is find a character that you think looks cool and buy him and play with him. And this is the dude that I opened. This is Lexion. He is he's a lynx. It comes with this badass shotgun.
Yeah.
Just one. Picking one out to get that wouldn't break the bank, and I really like this figure. I'm going to have some fun playing around with this figure. Might try to have him busting the Forgotten King from the Monster Force. But very, very nice looking figure. If you guys don't have any Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, I recommend you pick one up. It's what everybody was telling me, and now I'm telling you, because they are very nice figures. If you're into the beasties and the animal stuff, they're really cool figures. I'm glad I finally picked one up. The one I really want was still there as a prototype, and that was the last wave with the bulldog, which has got the cigar. But they've got their next wave is going to be fire when that wave comes out.
Yeah.
Did not buy any Mythic Legions. They were out of Valiant Knights, and there were some others there, but I've got 2 or 3 figures on pre-order from Helidope Toys that I'm going to have to pay for soon. And I know I want all of those figures. So I kind of I passed at the Legions table. I didn't get any Legions this time. So that's figure wise. I got one more that so this is the card for the bling.
Oh yeah.
Comes on that card. I had so many compliments wearing this thing around, and what I did not realize was I knew Seth Green was going to be there, and he had the panel and whatever. But early that morning, Seth Green bought one of these and was wearing around, much like what I did for the rest of the damn convention. And I guess people saw it, and maybe they sold 1 or 2. The guy told me they only had 5 or 6 there. When I bought this one, there were 2 left. When I bought this one on Saturday night, and I wore it the rest of the night. I wore it down to the floor on Sunday when we made it down there, and I went back to ask if the guy had any more because I had so many compliments on it. I was going to pick one up. Honestly, I wanted to pick one up for Woody. I remember I told you, I said I want to go and get Woody one of these necklaces. And by the time we got over there, he'd already sold them all. And then everybody was saying, oh, yeah, that's badass. Seth Green was wearing one yesterday. And I'm like, now I got to live up to Seth Green. But so I bought it. I love it. This will be attending many Joe related functions. Get that. I did get the convention exclusive Super 7 reaction Glenda. Now, if this was just any random figure, it's probably one that I might have passed on, but seeing as how we'll have her classified version by the end of the year, I imagine I can take her and put her beside regular classified Glenda's display or whatever somewhere. And there is my 1 copy of Delta 17 that I got for $5, not my 3 copies. There's my 1 copy that I got. Next thing I had was Josh Blaylock was there, and Josh Blaylock has done work on many fantastic comics, but I wanted to meet him for one specific reason. was I took my original copy from 2000 or 2001, whenever it was, of the first issue of Devil's Due down there, because Josh was the top dog on that project. He wrote that book. And this is the one I got all that time back then. And I had him sign it right there. So that was just a little neat thing that I was glad I was able to get done. I'll show you my prints real quick. I have that same one that Pop Blender has, but I also got one different one. And I thought about getting him to autograph this, but because he was there, I decided not to, because I got like 4 things autographed from him last year. But how cool will it be to have that autographed by Sarge?
Right.
Or he's just taking out a whole regiment of bats. Those are the 2 prints that I picked up, and those were both also at the finest booth. And I got this. This probably will wind up be going on my truck. Don't blame me. I voted Cobra. Nice quality.
I like that.
Bumper sticker there. Bumper sticker, baby. Got a bumper sticker, baby.
Triple C. Have a good night, man. Crimson Cobra Commander signing out. You have a great night too,
how
buddy.
you signing out? We're showing the shit that we bought. This is what everybody came for.
Well, I don't. It's well, for some people it might be 12:30. Could be 11:30, like our time.
Oh, I can't help that. All right, buddy. Have a good night. I'm not going to talk about you after you leave. Get some sleep and catch the replay. There's probably 20 minutes left. I picked these up. I've been following these books, and they're kind of on the wayside because we've got so many books and so much literature coming out. I'd kind of forgotten about them, and they were there. I did also get to meet R. Carson Metaxas. That was a very, very nice experience getting to meet him. He is, of course, the administrator of 3D Joe's, and is also he and Chad Huickle. I can never say Chad's name right. They are the 2 fellas that gave us the awesome G.I. Joe omnibus that's right up there somewhere on top of that shelf. They're the guys that put all of the dedication and work into getting that book to us, and that book is will go down as the ultimate compendium for that era of those figures. It's just, there's nothing like it. So I got to meet those 2 dudes. But as I was over there and I met Josh Blaylock and had him sign my issue 1, I also had him sign this cool repro card art of Zanya, because he created Zanya as well as Kamakura. So this was just a mock-up card. It's even got a file card on the back, and that is her style from Devil's Due. God willing, we will be seeing her in Classified soon. Ooh, I bet that was loud. Sorry. So I got these books. These are by Roger Taft and Josh Eggbein. These are called the After Action Report. This is basically Cliff Notes for the entire Marvel run of G.I. Joe. They've got it turned to a page, and it looks like that. And they've got it tabbed and has key moments in each issue. It shows the covers, tells you main things that happen in that book. And it's kind of spread little small bites. And you just flip through it and you read about what happened in that issue. And it also has some of the other Action Force stuff in here as well, done the same way. So it's a great way to go back and get some catch up on some of the other brands that you might not know much about, like the ~ှriːkæp line that Glenda's from. And then the second book is the Devil's Due book. It covers all of the Devil's Due comics. I did get these signed. All the authors were there, and much the same thing here. You run down on each issue and gives you the keys from it and goes all the way through the book with everything Devil's Due did when they had the G.I. Joe property. And I had been looking forward to seeing these books. So I don't know. Triple C says he is out. I'll see you, buddy.
That's what I just said a little while ago. Remember you said, "Oh, are you about to leave when I'm showing the stuff?"
That was him. Okay.
Yeah,
well, we got him to stay for a few minutes.
No. That was about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, maybe he's still here. I'm getting kind of tired too. Can you tell? I can always tell when that Ambien starts to work.
Yeah, right.
So here is depending on your level of how you like those compendiums. This is probably the shine out of that set. This is the unofficial history of G.I. Joe 21. The whole thing is about issue 21. You got that one signed. Everything leading up to it, everything about it talks about the lore, the mystique, everything around that issue and how groundbreaking that issue was. Very nice book. I actually told Tony's Figs that I picked this book up and he flipped out. And he was like, "Where? Like, where's it at? Where's it at?" And he's like, I got to have that because he is all about some issue 21. And with those, somebody saw these in my Instagram post and was like, "Where did you get that Lark print at?" That print.
Yeah, that's great.
I got that print with buying the 3-book set of those books I just showed you. That was one of the prints. This is another. So you get, I think there's 5 or 6 that you get with it. This is different type of after action report. Some schematics on it, battle plans. I'll have to look into that one. This one is really cool. I haven't seen all of them yet. I hadn't taken them all out, so I figured we'd just look at them together.
Nice. Yeah, that's cool.
That one's really nice. And then here's probably, for most people, this will be the standout in this set of prints.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And get a sketch.
Word.
And look. So, yeah, it's actually quite a few prints with it.
That's
you
cool.
actually get, there's about 10 at that one.
Nice.
And there's a different one in that lithograph style paper.
Yeah, that's cool.
And then this one right here is you might have to look away for this one. I don't know if you'll be able to stand this one. I didn't know this one was in here. This one might hurt you.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, they ruined that comic. Ruined it. Never should have done it. Bastards. They should have killed Scarlet.
Triple C's signing out.
No, Triple C signed out a while back.
It's funny right there. Okay. Did you know? Did you not realize Matt didn't get my joke? about driving through Atlanta?
No,
In
actually,
Atlanta, when you're on the interstate on Atlanta and that horrible ass, that horrible ass traffic we were sitting in off to the left,
yeah,
they got a replica of a torch. It's
yeah,
probably
he didn't get it.
went right over his head.
Yeah,
It's a replica of a torch. And we drove by and I said, "Oh, look, y'all, if you've never seen the replica of the Statue of Liberty torch down here in Atlanta, here it is. Look, they got it sitting right here." And I filmed it. And I thought it was funny as hell. And when I actually did the video, I actually put a GIF, a laughy face, just cracking up GIF on top of it, on the picture, on the video. And he sends me, he messages, he comments on the video, and he's like, "I think that's actually the torch from the Olympics in '96 when they had the bombing. I think that's a commemorative torch from that." I was like, "Matthew, like,
right? War Chest, Hog Wild on the artwork. A lot of people picked up a lot of artwork.
a lot of good artwork there."
I got those prints, and I did get some postcards, that were just like Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes, and then together. I grabbed those as well. But yeah, really cool artwork. Look, if that's what you really wanted, you want to go spend like $20 each on a print and get an autograph, man, you could have done that all night long, all day long. You could have definitely done that and got a lot of really great artwork. Especially if you've got like all the figures that you care about. If you've got a lot of this stuff, then you really want to load up on some comics or some artwork, man. That was a great place to do it. And they had a lot of good places for that. So I enjoyed it, and I wanted to get some artwork. I kept walking by those prints, and I kept saying, you know what? Yes, I do. I do want to grab some of these, man. And as you could see, the difference between him getting the exclusives and stuff like that, and for me, I was more about getting just kind of what I saw that I liked.
That was
two different methods basically.
My objective was to get those Monster Force figures and what other exclusive figures that there were that I would be interested in, which was really only the Delta 17 red pool here. Those are really the main thing, and anything after that was just gravy, baby. If I saw it and price was right, I'd snag it. But that was all I really went in looking for.
Yeah, and War Chest, as far as the Toy Federation booth, I watched Aaron's video earlier before we went on this stream, and I did see that, and there were some comments in his video that was kind of like, hey, you probably should have known what you were in for, because all these guys are out to make money, and they're not going to give you fair value for a trade-in, definitely not. And then but I see Aaron's point of view where they removed the sticker from so they took the price off of the box, what I'm saying, and he said he was going to come back and videotape it, and then now the part where down here at Joe Fest, or down at Joe Fest, where he walked by and the big guy kind of blocked the entrance with his kind of standing facing away from him. I don't know. I can tell you there was a lot of times I went to walk up to a spot and there was somebody in the way. So I don't know that somebody's, was blocking his way into that. I don't know that for sure. Just looking at the video, I can't verify that.
I don't want to talk a lot about it without Aaron here.
Yeah. But I saw that video, and so there's some good comments on both in his video, and you just kind of make up your own mind about it. But I went by their booth. I don't think I got anything, I really, honestly, I only remember really their sign. It's not like I had any kind of experience, there.
They had some amazing stuff in there. They did. Hot Toys. They had all of the
Yeah.
hot toys. They had a lot of good 112.
But I
Muscos.
wasn't spending $300 on a Clint Eastwood hot toy. You know what I'm saying? Like I
No.
wasn't spending $400 or $500 on a Revenge of the Sith hot toy. Like it just
Yeah.
wasn't
Oh
happening.
yeah.
But
got
yes,
it.
you're right. They
You're
do
right.
have some great stuff. But I did not. You know, I walked through, but I said this is too pricey for me, and I left. That's
They
basically
probably
it.
they probably had the largest selection. No, they did have the largest selection of boxed or carded, rarer,
Yeah, for
out
sure.
of print
Right.
stuff there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I ain't gonna go deep into
That's fine.
Aaron's video.
Yeah.
I'll talk to him. I need to talk to him.
I mean,
about
listen,
it.
I will tell you this, Darren, the video is up for public consumption. So even if he's not here, if you want to talk about it, you're more than welcome to talk about it because it's out. It's up.
Yeah.
So I mean,
It
it's not.
is.
So it's not like you need him to qualify anything. If you watch the video, then
Thanks,
you,
Tom.
you could speak about it if you wanted to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But,
I mean, all I'll say is, somebody said it. Somebody already said it. If I can find it,
let's see. Speaking of saying it, definitely hit the likes. But if you're on that replay in particular, man, which I know, we're kind of pretty wrapping up. I can tell you're pretty tired. I'm starting to get there myself. It's kind of late, and we've been going for 3:34 now, as it stands. That's what I highlighted earlier. Warchester said that we go by. Yeah,
I couldn't find. It might have been Triple C somewhere further up, but either way, I don't agree with his video. And I haven't told him this, like we hadn't talked about it, but I did comment on his video, and I told him I don't agree with him because I don't see anything that they did wrong. They're a little shady. Dude is a little twitchy, like like he's had. He always looks like he's coming down off a bunch of energy drinks.
You can tell he's like that kind of person. He's a shaker. He's a mover.
He's shifty.
Yeah, he's a trying to get you in and get you to buy or trade, and he's gonna work it. You can tell
that don't make him a bad guy. Like I watch most of his videos too, and I see the same things Aaron's done, or Aaron did, and first thing I'm thinking when I watched Aaron's video was, have you never been in and sold anything to a collectible store before? Because that's what they all do. That's how they operate. They buy it for half or less, and sell it for a profit.
And I think that's what some of the comments were. And then there were other comments that were on the other side of it. So I can see both sides of it. That's what I'm saying. Like, and I think my comment even was like, it is tough, that especially, looking at the price and then knowing kind of what you're getting out of that deal. But then I said, conversely, on the other side too, for people who have businesses that are trying to make money, this is how they make their money. This is how they do it. Right. So I see both sides of the issue, but I think it's fair to talk about because he made a video about it. And I don't think it's something he, would have to be here to discuss. However, that when you do your stream with him and Crow, that's something you guys can talk about, and you can kind of ask him some of those questions, and you kind of
there'll probably be a rebuttal by then.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you can kind of deep dive into that and really get into it and get into the whole idea of collectible stores and trades and those kind of issues, But I did say that I do agree that, businesses, period, no matter what, it should offer fair prices, fair offers, fair trades, rather than jacking stuff up so high,
Well, I do,
but that's how they make their money. That's how
they generally seem to, on their show, they seem no different than any other store I've ever been in and dealt with. And actually, as far as some of the ones I've seen, they seem a little more fair on what they give people that they
Okay.
sell stuff to.
Okay.
You know, I have that same level of disdain that
Right.
Aaron has for a dude that ran a collectible shop or a long time around here. You know him.
Yeah.
You've
Yeah.
been in a store. We
Yeah.
grew up buying comics in his store,
We talked
and
about that a while
yeah,
back.
and we grew up getting ripped off by him because we were
Right.
in our teens and we got this box of books I don't really read. You know, what do you give me for it? And there's no telling what was in that box. And
Right.
yeah, well, you know, I gave you $20. You know, and it's, you know, retail value, original
Right.
sell
Right.
value.
Yeah.
You know, on a box of comics is 500. You know, and I'll give you 20. That guy's a piece of shit, and I feel the way about him that Aaron feels about
Right.
them.
Right.
Problem is, I didn't initiate that trade, that particular one, as a grown ass man.
Yeah.
He initiated that trade, and
Yeah.
the video. I mean, you know, he can expound on it. You know, personally, I feel like my buddy got ripped off.
Yeah.
Because of his enthusiasm.
Well,
And
yes, I agree. I think it's, if it's something you want, you will blindly go into things, or you will look
yeah,
past things because of your desire to really have something. And you can even tell in the video him talking about, you know, Beastmaster, and he's talking about, like, you know, this character that's similar, you know, in the helmet and, like, you know, stuff. So you can tell he was pumped, right?
yeah.
To get that character. And so sometimes you'll kind of blow past some of those stop signs, you know.
Well, he did a video when he was in Toylanta, when he did that trade.
Yes. That's the
And
video.
I watched it, and he seemed really happy with it.
Okay, so that's prior to this video. He had done a video about it. Okay.
When they actually did that trade down there.
Right. Yes,
And
I could tell that was he described that in this recent video.
And he seemed really, really happy with the trade. And then what happened was no more vamps came, and Warduke started popping up everywhere.
Okay.
So I feel like, whether or not it's the case, I feel like Aaron in this has portrayed himself as someone who's just salty because he figured out he got a bad trade. But it's a trade that he initiated.
Okay.
You know, like, I don't see the shop as doing anything that any other collectible shop I've ever been in or dealt with does any differently. And as far as the whole, you know, oh, you can see this dude, you know, blocking me from coming down their aisle because they're filming. Why would he do that? Everybody in there is filming something.
Yeah, and
at the very least, it's free advertisement for their show.
Well, and that's why I was just saying, like, you know, when I was walking around, obviously I didn't have, like, any experience, you know, like maybe he had prior. But what I was saying is that, yeah, like, you know, a lot of times there were times I would try to go into an entrance, and somebody who just happened to be looking something would move, or you just couldn't get in there, right? Because somebody kind of was in the way. They're not looking at you. They don't see you, right? You know, and or just maybe they're talking to somebody or whatever. And so I just had to kind of go, okay, well, I'll just come back around. You know, I'll come back around the next time, and I can get in there, you know, to look at some stuff. So, but yeah, that's all I was gonna say. I saw War Chest, you know, made that comment, and so I didn't know, you know, asking you, because I did watch the video earlier, and like I said, I saw both sides of it, but and commented on it as both sides. So so I don't know, you know, I don't know, but
I just don't know. I hope it works out for him. You know, it's his thing, it's his channel. He talk about whatever he wants, but I don't think that video paints him in a good light.
Well, we will see. I guess you'll, you know, go back and read some of the comments and just see. I could tell you it's one of the first videos I've seen of his where I saw some comments coming in hot from people, like,
for sure,
on a different side of things. Usually most of the times people do these videos, the comments come in are, you know, pretty what you expect, right? But there were some people that came in hot, and that's something
Yep.
he'll have to kind of deal with. And I saw
Well,
where he liked some of those comments and probably responded to some of them. So yeah, but that's part of it. You know, you put yourself out for public consumption, and it's part of the deal. It is what it is. Speaking of which, I'm about to put myself into private consumption because I'm actually getting pretty tired, and I can tell you're getting pretty tired
yep.
yourself.
Yep, we're almost done. We got 4 of us hanging in with us, so we're just about to the end. And then we're gonna wrap up and give some final thoughts like Jerry Springer does. And
Yeah,
right now though, there's a fault noise.
nice.
Maybe. Oh, it's not showing it. There we go. Fault noise. Well, Woody left an hour ago, but
Yeah,
maybe he'll say it.
he been gone a little while.
So I do want to say my one last final purchase I have to show. Yeah. So I do have one final one to show off, and that is very last day, third day. Um, you know, time's running down. They've already started calling off. Hey, this much longer. Hey, this much longer. Whatever. Well, I told you what I was actually looking for in the way of classified. I wanted another gunner specifically and another tactician if I could find one. Now, all through the whole thing, I've been checking prices on stuff like the Razor Crest, the Sentinel, um, stuff like that, the Katana we saw.
Yeah.
And there were obviously several hisses for sale down there.
Thank you, legend.
And thank you, buddy. Glad you're sticking in. So I was kind of keeping an eye on the price on hisses the way you were on the Dolo Snake Eyes. And I was kind of watching them. Well, I saw them as high as 600, and I saw a couple at 425.
Yep.
And there was one dude that had his marked at 400, which is a phenomenal price to buy a hiss right now. Everything in it, all the tiers, all the unlocks. He had 3 or 4. I think he had 3, but he had 2 still in the shipper mailer. And then he had 1 that he had just taken out of the shipper and pulled out so people could see what the box art looked like. That was it. It hadn't been opened. And I was kind of keeping my eye on that booth and those hisses because they were low priced and I couldn't believe they were still there. So I went down on day 3 and asked the guy. I went straight in there. It was the first place I went when I went in on day 3. I went straight to that guy's booth and I looked and he still had 2. Had 2 of them left. But the way he had them sitting in his booth was kind of in the corner. And it had stuff here. And they were here, had stuff here. And his table was here. So they were kind of behind some stuff, but they were stacked up. They were visible, but there was a lot of stuff in the way so that you couldn't really see them very well. So I went to him. I says, is 4 about the best you think you can do on a hiss? And he said, yeah, I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to hang in. I said, all right, well, I'm about out of money. So I, got to check. And the guy's like, yep, you don't hurt to check. And I said, all right, well, I might walk back by in a little while. And so I went off walking. I walked around about 30 or 40 minutes and I come back and was walking by and he popped out and he stopped me. And he's like, well, if you're interested, he said, I sold 1. I got 1 left. He said, it's the one that I took out. I said, yeah. It's like everything in it. And he said, oh, yeah, it's still sealed. He said, all I did was take it out of the shipper to break up that corner. It's all just shipper boxes. It's to break that corner up to show, that there's a hiss there, an actual sealed hiss. And I was like, okay. And so, well, it's the one that was out of the shipper, but it's complete. And I was like, all right. And I was like, I was like, well, what are you thinking? And Guy goes, well, if you're interested in it, I'll let you have it for not 400. And I was like, damn. Like, really? And he said, yeah. I was like, yep, if you want it. And still I thought, well, let me think on it. And he just he looked kind of insulted. I was like, let me think on it, man. Like, I got a couple other things I got to pick up. Let me dwell on it. We shall dwell here forever. And okay. So I went and walked around, come back, walk by. He still got it. These hisses are in my video. If you're looking at it, yeah, it was a very good shot of them in the video, but I do think it's when I had the camera in the fast motion. So anyway, about 20 minutes later, I walked by and I was like, well, look, I was like, I'm really out of money. Like, if you'll take this, cash, I'll take it. And he stopped for a minute and he looked at his wife, and his wife just kind of went. And he said, cash? I said, yeah, I got cash. He said, all right. So here's my other purchase.
A brown box, ladies and gentlemen, for $350. A brown box. Ain't it a beauty?
Ain't she a beaut, Clark? So that was my that was my part, and that was why I did not go back and get any of those bats at Mythic Legions. Was because I spent all of my remaining money that I had in my budget for the show on this right here. It's been opened, and the tank with the figures has come out. It's never been taken out of the bag. It's never been opened. It was just opened and separated from the shipper. So I got an amazing deal. I probably got the best deal on this hiss that anybody has got on a hiss. And I mean, I got it what I consider cheap. And that was my last purchase, and I didn't need to purchase nothing else after that. But I did get it for a good price, and I bought it because I need 2 figures. I need 2 figures out of it, so I bought the whole damn thing. And I can sell the rest of it and pay for my 2 figures, and that's my intention.
Absolutely.
I don't, much as I'd love to have another hiss, I don't need one. It just kind of fell into my lap at a price that you could not say no to unless you just didn't have the money. So I did buy that hiss, and I've already got somebody I think that's interested in the tank. I don't know about the rest, but I am going to pull out my 2 figures. So, the figures that I'm pulling out is the tactician and the gunner. So anybody else, I figured somebody would probably want the driver to go with the hiss. And then Mickey Mouse Cobra Commanders, whole nother matter.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did score a hiss for what had to have been the best price at that entire show, and I'm pretty stoked about that one. I'm glad I was able to pull that one out. I got this hiss for almost retail.
Yeah, no, I mean that's literally like what, $50 over.
Yeah, but if you figure in tax,
well, yeah.
Tax on $299.
Yeah.
I got it for almost retail.
Yeah. Yeah.
And honestly, if the dude had had 2 and that price, I could have got them a little lower for buying 2. I'd have bought 2. So,
yeah, no doubt.
But yep. So that was my final purchase. I had a good small but good haul. Like I said, the only thing I went looking that I had to have was these guys. This was the one thing that I went had to have that I knew was down there. Everything else was going to be whimsy.
Nice. Yeah.
So I'm happy with
Yeah, it's good.
all of my
Good
purchases.
all
So
around.
so while we're about done here, and I will say, what was your overall experience, and what was your favorite part? And if you want to answer it, who is your favorite person you got to meet and hang out with? If you want to answer that.
Oh man. No. I mean, I I enjoyed the hell out of it. You know, it was fun walking around the floor. I just like, seeing people. I like, crowds like that. Nothing, it wasn't shoulder to shoulder, nothing like that. But I like crowds, like seeing people. But I really enjoyed it. I loved hanging out with everybody. That was probably the most fun that I had, even though I enjoy walking around, the floor and looking at stuff. It's like, because I'm not necessarily a hardcore collector, I don't have that, I guess, that thing inside of me that's like, okay, I've got to get this, I've got to get that, I've got to find this, I've got to find that. So in that respect, it's a little different for me. But as far as the figure part, as far as the buying stuff part, but hanging out with everybody, that was really the most important thing to me. I had the most fun doing that. And some people would say, well, you could do that anywhere, right? Like, you could do that going out with your buddies or something. You can go, but this was a lot different than that. And meeting new people, having some really fun conversations, getting to know people a lot better, or getting to know people that didn't know me at all. They see me on a punk's pit, one night at midnight or 1-2 in the morning. So getting to know people in a better way. They really didn't know who I am, but now they do. That was really cool. Favorite person that I met, man, that's tough, because there were some really fun people, man. I will tell you that I had a lot of fun talking to Baldy. But Tony, Tony was really, for somebody I've never really talked to. Does that make sense? Somebody
Yeah.
and not to mean like I've like with Crow or Aaron maybe, or even Punk on with a few streams and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I've gotten to know a bit and talk a bit, or but like somebody that I just had never ever really talked to, hardly ever at all. Tony's Figs was super cool, man. I got a kick out of him. But Baldy is right there too. I mean, for real.
Yeah.
Right by side, man. But I mean, everybody though, that's the thing. Like, Travis was cool, Action was cool. You know what I mean? Like Loki, Dave, obviously, I mean, hanging out with Crow in person, Aaron in person, like, everybody was cool. So it's really difficult to say, but so I'll just keep it at that. I don't want to ramble too long about the thing, but it was really awesome meeting everybody. That was my favorite part.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the general consensus. Getting to know these guys that are in our fellowship, we talk to all the time. You wonder, you meet them in person, it's going to be like, well, are they going to be, are they a persona? And in person, they're going to be like, yeah, go away, kid, you bother me. No, they're really not. Like I said, everybody was really inviting, really gracious. Welcomed us into their circle or whatever, if you will. Spent time telling stories with us, listening to our stories. Made us feel like we were part of the club that they've been part of for a long time, and we're all meeting face to face at once. So I that was better than the toys. That was the main thing I wanted to go for, was to finally get to know everybody a little, and we did that. Saturday night was a massive party.
It
We
was.
sat out in the lobby and we drank, and we talked and we made friends and we drank some more and talked to everybody. There's probably 100 people in that lobby Saturday night. Just people were bringing bottles down out of their room and just sitting at the table, and everybody's just sitting there.
Yeah.
Nice and
great.
relaxed. Got to hear some good stories from some of those folks and some other folks, and now we have stories to also tell.
Yep.
I know at one point, late on Monday night, we'd gotten back to our room, and it was like 1:30, 2:00 when we got back, and we were kind of talking about the trip and how nice everybody was doing. And you looked at me and you was like, "Well, did you ever in a million years on this trip think that you'd be going swimming with Travis Moody
Yeah.
of all people?"
Of all people.
And I said, no, I did not. I said, I knew I would meet Travis, and Travis would probably, me and Travis would probably be fine and hit it off. And Travis is probably so busy. He's got a million things to do. And, but no, I did. I was swimming around in a pool, hanging out with
Yeah.
Travis Moody.
Yeah.
The night I was, later that night, I was sitting at a table by myself talking to Mega J Retro.
Right.
Baldy and I were taking pulls out of a flask. It was, Tony was running around, running up on everybody, drinking beers and or whatever, drinks he was drinking, and coming up and what's up? What up, SA? Talking to everybody and just running around wild and
absolutely hilarious.
Just being cool, just coming in and
there he
hanging
is,
out.
Right?
Oh, he's in here. What's up, man?
They're just talking about you.
Yep, he has appeared.
Full pull, Tony's figs. Yes. Yes. Yeah, we were actually just wrapping up, man. We've been at it for about 4 hours. Actually, the clock literally just turned at 4 hours, man. But yeah, it was
about how much fun it was to meet you guys, man. And was just actually gotten to the part, about you. We were talking about our favorite parts of the experience, and anybody that we met, and some of our favorite people that we got to meet and hang out with. And I had so much fun hanging out with everybody. It's hard to put a pin on that one, but I gotta say the most surprised that I was out of anybody that we hung out with was Baldy. I knew Baldy was a good dude. I knew he was cool. But see, I know Tony's cool. I've spent way more time talking to Tony. Baldy and I had an arrangement that we were going to have a drink together, and we talked quite a bit. We've traded some figures before. I know Tony's cool as shit, and Tony is. I knew I was going to get along with Tony just fine. But when I got to meet Baldy, and we sat and talked one-on-one for a long time, and just we gelled, and just listening to some of his stories and his dry sarcasm. Like, I had so much fun hanging out with Baldy and Tony. Punk and Travis were a great time too, welcomed us in. But Baldy and Tony, man, they, aside from me finally getting out with Crow and Aaron, Baldy and Tony made that whole thing fun.
Yeah, it was a good time. And Punk, of course, and like I said, I'd been on some of his streams, Punk's Pit and everything. And so I kind of, had an idea. I've been able to chat with him extensively on some of those streams and stuff. But for people that I really did not know, right? And the same for you, like Baldy or Travis or Tony, I didn't know those guys at all, really. I only Tony a couple times, maybe in passing on a stream or something. You know what I mean? Or actually, really, if even that, a couple times with Punk, but really just me chatting. Chatting in on a stream maybe or whatever. So yeah. So I'm with you, man. Like it was great. That was Saturday night, Sunday night was great. Breakfast was great. Then eating. I mean, that was a lot of fun, and hopefully next year we'll do it all again, and hopefully we'll add to it, add a few more of our friends that come in to hang out and listen to us.
Yeah, I can't wait. It exceeded my expectations is the only way to put it. The only thing I could think of that made it better was if I'd come into a bunch of money somehow before we went and we were able to stay. Everybody was able to stay for another 2 or 3 nights.
But I mean,
with no toy show, just chilling.
I think but that's the thing. I think once the show is kind of over, you've had a weekend of really hitting it hard. If you did 2 or 3 more nights, I don't know. I think everybody would end up just staying in their room like 1 or 2 of those nights just to recover. I did want to highlight something real quick. Crown Fox Productions. She said, I wish everybody had a community this sweet and awesome, and I'm so happy to be a part of it, even peripherally, thanks to Legend Series. And if you watch his streams, you will hear her in those streams, and they are an absolute riot, going back and forth with each other. And it shows you that they're probably like the perfect pair. War Chest said he had tickets in a room a week prior and found out that he had a tumor on his right kidney. Kind of changed his plans, I would say so. And but taking the kidney next week, getting all these tests. I hope that works out, brother. Most definitely.
Yeah, man.
Keep me posted. I know you will. And hopefully everything's good, man. Tony, thank you. It was great weekend, man. I had such a blast.
And I'm gonna call you, Tony.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna call you up and talk shit.
Oh man. Well, I am beat. What about you?
I am, and I'm about done here. I got one last thing though that I am going to talk about. And it's real quick. I'm just gonna show something off, and I ain't even gonna show all of it off. What I'm going to show is my favorite thing from the entire trip. Entire thing that made the trip worthwhile. And I got to do a deep dive on it. I'll be doing I don't want to do a short. I'm going to do a video on it because I can't fit it into a short. But everybody's heard me talk about this right here.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite thing I got at the whole show. No exclusive figures, no $5 discount, 5-finger $5 discount HISS tanks, no Monster Force, no nothing. Is it better than what's in this book? And I'll just give you guys a preview. You probably heard me talk about it, but it actually happened. So this was my memories book that I was wanting to do for the show. I may keep a pages in here. I might take them out and make a scrapbook out of them. But this is actually in the background of my my thumbnail for tonight. It's the top of this page right here. It's Joe Fest 2024, Memories of My Friends. Because I didn't really want autographs, but I wanted some friends to sign my book like a high school yearbook. And I did my page, show people the format of kind of how I wanted it done when they signed it. And I was hoping that I could get people to sign it that, would be interested in it and make that a cool experience for me to do. And started right there. Pop blender. And I'm only going to show a couple here. So the next one that I found after Pop blender was Carson Metaxas from 3D Joe's.
That's cool.
The proprietor of the Omnibus and total recall, Operation Recall figures that are coming out. Those are the only ones I'm going to show right here, but there's many more in here. A couple more you might not expect to be in here. This weekend, I'm going to do a little nostalgic, weepy video about how this book was a great idea and how it turned out for me and all that stuff. So, no, not a hotel Bible, a moleskin notebook, but reminds me of something we didn't get to say earlier when we were talking about trying to kick that refrigerator door shut and keep shit from rolling out of it. I grabbed the Book of Mormon off the nightstand and stuck it underneath the front of the refrigerator to try to keep all of our stuff from rolling out of it. So I don't know if that's a sin or not. I mean, if it is, I'm sure it's probably way toward the bottom of some of mine. But so if anybody stays in that room and stays in a room down there and you're missing your Book of Mormon for your time reading, check
it's
under
helping
the
you.
refrigerator.
Yes, it's actually helping you in your plight.
Yep, it is. So that's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, man. It's a good time. Good time. Can't wait till next year. I'll see about maybe Toyland. I don't know. That's pretty quick coming up, and I mean, I got some other stuff I got to take care of because of the stuff that I bought down in Augusta. So we'll see.
Yep. Absolute cutest, sweetest book. I might make one too like that. I'm extremely nostalgic and sentimental about things, big time, and things like this. There's no guarantee I'm going to be able to make it next year. Much as I say I'm going to go and I'm planning on going, there's no guarantee I'm going to be able to make it. So things like that are what solidify the memories for me. If I do like a scrapbook, I can take these pages out and put it in the book, and then I can get some of the pages printed out or the pictures printed out and put with the pages, for the people that signed it. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. That's just a thought, but this is my way of making memories. I save everything, hotel receipts. I got the room key. That's just what I do. It's also why my house is so cluttered, But that is about all I have got for tonight, folks. So I am a Leo. Rawr.
Yeah, I ain't really nothing else I can add, man. I'll be streaming on Friday with my solo stream, unfiltered. I'm gonna get into some shit, as you know.
We will probably both be on Punk's stream tonight, or tonight now.
No, I've got to work tomorrow, so I doubt I'll be able to make it unless he goes really long, because I won't get out of here. I won't get out of work and get home till at least probably 10:30, 10 o'clock. So if he goes on at 7, my guess is it'll probably be done by then. So maybe I will see, but he's having a stream tomorrow that will be pretty much what we did tonight. I may try to join from my phone or something while I clean the bar. I don't know. We'll see. I'll see what I can do.
It's pretty much this from his point of view, and he's doing it like it's a Punk's Pit, so it's members only, and it is only way I understand it is only members that were actually there.
Okay.
This weekend that can actually get in on the panel.
Well,
as I understand it, that may change, but that's the way he described it to me. So I plan on getting on there for a while. And he said it was not going to be a super long stream because it's on Thursday and not Friday. So we'll just kind of see how that plays out. But I'll be on there for a little while. So then you have your stream on Friday at noon. Is that right? Noon our time?
Yeah, probably so. I actually depends, man. I don't know. That night stream I had went pretty good, but I don't want to do it so super late that So I'm trying to find a good time. I may do it a couple different ways, but either way, I'll let everybody know through my community page. So yeah, so that'll be it.
Word.
Unfiltered on Friday. We'll get into some shit, and that's the next time. And then tomorrow night, hopefully, maybe I'll be able to pop in with you guys on Punch Stream. But yeah, that's about it, baby. I am good to go.
If anybody has any questions over anything we talked about or anything you saw, or you want to know if anything was there that wasn't in any of my pictures, it was probably there, and it's probably in somebody else's. So just comment down at the bottom, let us know how you thought this one went, and if you were there, somebody that's not in the chat and rewatches it, if you were there, holler, leave a comment. Maybe next time we can get to the next one, we can link up with you too. Looking forward to it. So with all of that said and done, we're gonna tell you guys good night. Have a good night. Have a good rest of the week, and we will catch y'all later. I am Down South 77, 3-star draw,
Pop Blender.
and we are Audi 5000.
See ya.